तार करने का काम, लोकतंत्र दिवस जहां दुनिया मना रही है वहां भारत के लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम भी कांग्रेस और गठबंधन कर रहा है। अगर सनातन धर्म को जड़ से खत्म करने की बात करें, मीडिया की आवाज को दबाने का बात करें, देश में नफरत फैलाने का काम करें, तो संविधान और सनातन दोनों को ही कुचलने का काम ये कांग्रेस और गठबंधन कर रहा है। और मैं आपको इसका एक उदाहरण और दूं। इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया। ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था। सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया। ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब। ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी। और अब मीडिया के लोगों का एक तरह से विरोध करना, उनकी आवाज को दबाना और पूरा दबाव बनाना, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दिखाता है कि मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है। इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं। सॉरी,
राजस्थान के झालावाड़ में एक अस्पताल के अंदर बदमाशों ने पति पत्नी को पीट कर मार दिया।
देखिए, राजस्थान की ये हालत है कि यहां पता है कि मुख्यमंत्री कुछ नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि उनको किसी से कुछ लेना देना नहीं। लूट की खुली छूट किसी राज्य में है तो यहां पर है। और अगर अस्पतालों में भी मर्डर हो जाते हैं, पुलिस के लोग दुष्कर्म करके हत्या कर देते हैं, गला काटने वाले को खुले में छूट मिलती है और बाद में बेल भी हो जाती है, बेटियों के कत्ल करके झाड़ियों में और कुएं में फेंक दिया जाता है, जिंदा जला दिया जाता है, ये किसी राज्य में होता है तो राजस्थान में कानून व्यवस्था चरमरा जाती है। कोई भय डर पुलिस का नहीं है, कानून व्यवस्था खत्म हो चुकी है। ऐसा लगता है श्रीमान अशोक गहलोत जी ने हथियार डाल दिए हैं। यहां पर गुंडों की सरकार एक तरह से कही जाए कि गुंडों का माफिया का बोलबाला है तो स्पष्ट तौर पर दिखता है।
अनुराग जी, आप सरकार बनने का दावा करें, लेकिन आपका अभी ट्वीट आया।
As you were listening, viewers, that was Union Minister Anurag Thakur answering questions of the press on various issues. He is in Rajasthan, and the focus is, of course, the ban of the NDA alliance on 14 news anchors that it has announced.
मूक दर्शक थे, कोई कदम नहीं उठा पाए थे। नेहरू जी के दिए जख्म देश भूल नहीं पाया। ये 370-35 से और कश्मीर को इस हालत में छोड़ना, 40,000 लोगों की वहां पे हत्याएं होना, इसकी ये कांग्रेस की देन है। ये जख्म कांग्रेस के दिए, उससे मुक्ति दिलाने का काम, मरहम लगाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया। आतंकवादी घटनाओं में कमी आई। और यही नहीं, अगर रिकॉर्ड आतंकवादियों को मुठभेड़ में मारा गया तो पिछले 9 वर्षों में मारा गया है। लेकिन जो अभी कश्मीर में घटा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण भी है, दुखद भी है। इसका बदला भी लिया जाएगा, कड़ा जवाब भी दिया जाएगा।
सर, ये इंडिया गठबंधन को आप गठबंधन नाम
आप मुझे बताइए क्या है INDIA? अब बताइए ना क्या है, आप सारे बैठे, क्या है INDIA? क्या है? मैं आपसे खुले में पूछ रहा हूं भाई, सब लोग बैठे।
वो तो इंडिया गठबंधन की
भाई, ये जो एंड में अलायंस है, अगर इन्होंने ले सकते, इंडी ही लेना पड़ेगा। इंडी अलायंस यही बनता है ना, तो आप लोग भी यही लिखिए, इंडी अलायंस। मैं वो सब तो स्पष्ट हो गया सबको कि नहीं? मैंने गलत तो नहीं कहा कुछ? क्यों भाई साहब, इंडिया लाइन्स ही है ना, तो इसको इंडिया लाइन्स ही लिखना चाहिए। मेरे हिसाब से नहीं बनता भी यही है।
अभी जो लोकसभा का सत्र आ रहा है, लोग उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि समान नागरिक संहिता में कानून लेके आएगी या रवैया जैसे प्रॉब्लम को लेकर, ऐसा तो लोग देखते आपको मेहनत।
देखिए, उदयपुर एक ऐसी जगह है और राजस्थान को मोदी सरकार ने कितनी प्राथमिकता दी, जहां 1 और करोड़ घरों को लेकर, शौचालयों को लेकर, पानी की सुविधा को लेकर, स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा, ये सब तो दिया, राजस्थान को हक दिया। लेकिन G20 में भारत जो इतना सफल हुआ है और दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन की धूम पूरी दुनिया भर में है, दुनिया भर के बड़े देशों को एक मंच पर एक स्वर में एक डिक्लेरेशन के लिए मंजूरी दिलाना, ये भारत और भारत के नेतृत्व की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। और मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि शेरपा, भाई साहब सुनिए एक मिनट, ये शेरपा बैठक की शुरुआत उदयपुर से ही हुई थी। हमने यहां पर शेरपा बैठक की शुरुआत की, यहां की पर्यटन और यहां की कला संस्कृति परंपराओं को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया। हमने तो ये बढ़ावा दिया, कांग्रेस के राज में कन्हैया लाल के कत्ल जैसी घटनाओं का यहां पर परिणाम आता है। ये अंतर है दो सरकारों में। अब बोलिए जी, क्या है?
यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं, जिस तरह से राजस्थान में बीजेपी के बड़े नेता आपस में खुशी को लेकर लगता है कि परिवर्तन होगा?
आपको लगता है साहब, आपका देखने का नजरिया वैसा हो सकता है। जनता के मन में इतना आक्रोश इस गहलूट सरकार के खिलाफ है कि जिन्होंने लूट की खुली छूट, खनन माफिया नंबर 1 राजस्थान, गैंग रेप नंबर 1 राजस्थान, गैंग वॉर नंबर 1 राजस्थान, महिला अपराध नंबर 1 राजस्थान और बच्चियों के खिलाफ अपराध नंबर 1 राजस्थान, पेपर लीक नंबर 1 राजस्थान, भ्रष्टाचार नंबर 1 राजस्थान। तो ऐसी भ्रष्ट और निकम्मी सरकार से छुटकारा पाना चाहती है राजस्थान की।
500 रुपए सिलेंडर और चिकित्सा सुविधा के क्या विकल्प है बीजेपी के पास?
देखिए, 4.5 साल आप पूरी जनता को लूटते रहे। पेट्रोल के दाम देश भर में सबसे ज्यादा है, डीजल के दाम सबसे ज्यादा है, माल भाड़े पर सबसे ज्यादा उसका प्रहार पड़ता है, महंगाई राजस्थान में देखी जाए सबसे ज्यादा है और इसका मूल कारण गहलोत जी की सरकार है। और ये जनता भली भांति जानती है कि बहन बेटियों की इज्जत लूटना, उनको असुरक्षा यहां पर देना, अगर वो सब महिला अपने आप को सुरक्षित ना भी माने, आपकी इज्जत और सुरक्षा से ज्यादा प्यारा तो कुछ नहीं है। और अगर महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, आपने 4.5 साल तो पूरा जेब खाली करा दी लोगों की। अब आप 500, कितनों को मिला भाई साहब 500 रुपए सिलेंडर? आप पता करिए, मैं आपको कहता हूं कितने लोगों के खाते में पैसा आई। मैं इसीलिए पूछ रहा हूं आपसे, कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता के रूप में किसी को बात करनी हो तो अलग बात है, कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता के रूप में किसी को बात करनी तो अलग बात है। कितनों के खाते में पैसा आया? आप पेट्रोल डीजल रोज दुगना दाम पे कराते हो। आज पेट्रोल पंप बंद क्यों है? आप जहां पर लिखते वहां लिख के बताइए क्यों पेट्रोल पंप बंद है? राजस्थान के क्यों बंद है? क्यों राजस्थान के करोड़ों जनता को ज्यादा पैसा देना पड़ रहा है? ये लूट की खुली छूट, ये गहलूट सरकार में है। दोनों हाथों से लूटने का काम किया है।
सर, मैंने तो
चुनाव के टाइम पे पेट्रोल पंप इतने टाइम कहां थे पेट्रोल पंप वाले? चुनाव आए नहीं, उनको इतने साल से भी तो वही रेट थी। अब एकदम चुनाव सिर पे। अच्छा
हुआ मेरे भाई आपने बात पूछी। अभी तक ये सिलेंडर 500 रुपए में क्यों नहीं था 5 साल में? वो बोलना भाई, मैं यही तो पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। ये जवाब है आपका जी। अगर इतना ही था भाई साहब तो 5 साल, मेरा सीधा सवाल है कि 5 साल के जो आपके सामने क्यों नहीं 500 रुपए में दिया? और मेरा सीधा सवाल है अभी भी कितनों को दिया? कितनों को कर्जा माफी कही थी, किसानों की हुई माफी? क्या कर्जा माफी हुई किसान की?
सर बाकी लोगों को
मेरा सवाल ये है, यहाँ जितने पत्रकार मित्र, मैंने किसी के सवाल को कोई मना नहीं किया, लिया ना सबके सवाल, खुले में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं साहब। और मैंने पहले भी कहा, किसी को कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता के रूप में बोलना मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन आज कांग्रेसियों की बोलती बंद है साहब, क्योंकि किसानों के कर्जे माफ नहीं हो पाए, बेरोजगारों को बेरोजगारी भत्ता नहीं मिल पाया। लोगों ने देखा है, जो 5 साल पहले गारंटी देके राहुल गांधी गए थे, फेल हो गई सारी। यहां पर कोई जितना मर्जी कांग्रेस का प्रवक्ता बनने का प्रयास करे, कुछ नहीं होगा। धन्यवाद।
All right, so that news briefing that has just been concluded by Union Minister Anurag Thakur, where he's raised the INDIA alliance and the media ban that has been imposed. This has evoked a lot of furor, as in this news conference he said that the press is under attack by the Congress, and this is a clear hit on the freedom of press. It's also an attempt to muzzle the voice of the media. These are statements that have been made by him. This after we saw the move of the INDIA alliance that has boycotted several news anchors and news channels, to also go on to say that while this ban does not extend to their organizations, but certainly spreading hate against them, this is a major blowback to the INDI alliance, as Union Minister Anurag Thakur puts it. The INB minister has said that the order is in complete violation of the constitution. Let's once again listen to that statement.
देखिए, कुछ लोग चले थे मोहब्बत की दुकान खोलने। मोहब्बत की दुकान का तो पता नहीं, नफरत का मेगा मॉल खोलकर चल रहे हैं। कोई हिंदुओं को अस्तित्व मिटाना चाहते हैं, सनातन धर्म को कुचलना चाहते हैं, जड़ से खत्म करना चाहते हैं, और एक के बाद दूसरा एक घमंडिया गठबंधन के नेता, जो इंडी गठबंधन है, उसके नेता एक नहीं, एक के बाद दूसरा, दूसरे के बाद तीसरा, उन्होंने कहा इसको जड़ से ही खत्म करेंगे सनातन धर्म को। लेकिन मैं कहूंगा, ये जो राहुल गांधी जी बड़ा बड़ा प्रचार करते हैं दुनिया भर में जाके, भारत के संविधान को बचाने की और लोकतंत्र को बचाने की, इनके मुंह में दही जम गया है। राहुल गांधी जी मौन अवस्था में चले गए, बोल नहीं पा रहे हैं। ये चुप्पी बहुत कुछ कहती है कि नफरत की दुकान खोलने का लाइसेंस राहुल गांधी जी ने दिया है, जो संविधान का भी उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं और लोकतंत्र को भी तोड़ रहे हैं। ये संविधान और लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम राहुल गांधी जी ने लाइसेंस दिया है। आर्टिकल 25 of the Constitution gives you freedom for the religion, for faith. Article 19 gives you freedom of speech. तो अगर आपको संविधान की ही आलोचना या संविधान को कुचलने का काम एक नहीं, हर दूसरा इस इंडी गठबंधन के नेता कर रहे हैं, तो बाबा साहब अंबेडकर को एक बार फिर अपमानित करने का काम, भारत के संविधान को तार तार करने का काम, लोकतंत्र दिवस जहां दुनिया मना रही है, वहां भारत के लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम भी कांग्रेस और गठबंधन कर रहा है। अगर सनातन धर्म को जड़ से खत्म करने की बात करें, मीडिया की आवाज को दबाने का बात करें, देश में नफरत फैलाने का काम करें, तो संविधान और सनातन दोनों को ही कुचलने का काम ये कांग्रेस और गठबंधन कर रहा है।
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details in a chilling reminder of the emergency era. INDI alliance has decided to boycott 14 news anchors.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September, and the topic has the basic features doctrine: serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And the last rites that were held of Major Ashish Dhonak, who lost his life in anti-terror operation. Major Dhonchak of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles, who was martyred on Tuesday in an encounter with the terrorists in Kashmir's Anantnag, along with Colonel Manpreet Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles, and Jammu and Kashmir Police Deputy SP Himayu Bhatt. As we stay with those pictures, my colleague Amandeep, who's joining us as we pay tributes to our martyrs. Amandeep, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. The entire nation is paying tribute to the martyrs of this nation, Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish Dhonchak and DSP Himayu Bhatt, just because they were fighting the Pakistani-sponsored terrorists from the front line. And in fact, this is the olive green, this is the Indian army, that how they behaves against the anti-national elements, and even how the nation is providing them all kind of back. And this is the evidence, and quite visible on the ground, that from the different parts of the country, people are tweeting, people are coming out on the social media, in the WhatsApp group is posting out their photographs and even posters, also paying the tributes in a different manner. And even the villages has been completely occupied. And in fact, if I can show you that in Manpreet's villages, the people have started putting out the Indian flags on their terrace, just because any time from now the mortal remains of Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh any time from now arrived to his village for the last respect. And in fact, the last journey will be begin shortly to perform the last rites. So village and even the entire nation has put out the poster, put out the flags in the villages. This is how they are paying the tribute. This is how they are giving a feeling of proud nation for Manpreet Singh, for Major Ashish, Colonel Manpreet Singh and DSP Himayu Bhatt, just because they are the real heroes of this nation, just because when they wear the uniform, when they lead the anti-terrorist operation from the front, they are representing the entire country, they are protecting the country, and country is backing them while sitting at their homes, while coming out on the roads, while putting out the posters, while on the social media platforms, while putting out the flags on their terraces, and even participating and attending the last rite ceremony as well. And this is the color of the nations. And even on the other side, the family is quite emotional, and nation is providing all kind of support to the family, trying to console the family as well, just because family has lost their family member, but the nation have lost their heroes, and the nation is providing and honoring them with all kind of efforts. And in fact, you can see that how just because these people are the role models among the youth. They have left with Swesha certain stories behind to narrate to next generation, and even the stories that are lauding the nation, that are actually revealing the courage and the spirit of the nation. So this is how you can see all people are coming here to receive the mortal remains of Colonel Manpreet Singh, just because last night it was reached the mortal remains of Major Ashish Dhonchak and Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh has arrived at Western Command Chandri Mandir, and from in the morning Major Ashish's mortal remains has been left to Panipat, and any time from now Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh's mortal remains will be arriving at his native village, where you can see now all the people, relatives came here to attend the cremation of Colonel Manpreet Singh, has been moving towards the roadside, just because from any time that mortal remains will be arriving, and the last rites will be performed with the full army honor as well. You can see that villages has put out the flags on the terraces on their own houses to give to pay the tribute to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, commissioned in 2005 and let down his life for the nation in the line of duty in 2023. So this is the journey of Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has been serving to the nation through Indian Army, and in fact the olive green, the Indian Army is among the blood of the family. He was the third generation army officers from his family, and even almost 22 of his relatives have served in the Indian Army. So the entire family knows the spirit of the nation, and even the entire family is very much touching the sense that how in fact Colonel Manpreet Singh contributing to the nation, just because it was the spirit and his stories. The people are telling the stories that he always lead the operations from the front, and even when he was lieutenant, even when he was captain major and lieutenant colonel, and now he was colonel, and still he was leading the anti-terrorist operations in the valley. He served in the valley for the longest time, and in fact his name is very much popular among the terrorists, just because everybody knows that 19 RR was led by Colonel Manpreet Singh, and he always led the operations from the front. He was not sitting behind, or he was not just monitoring the operations. He was remain on the forefront to fight against the terrorists. So this is the spirit of
narrated among the next generation. Yes, Rishi.
The mortal remains of Colonel Manpreet that have been brought home. Those are the pictures on your screens as the nation mourns the loss of our brave hearts. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll be back on the other side. Also, a quick check of the big stories we're tracking this morning. In a chilling reminder of emergency era, India Alliance has decided to boycott 40 news anchors.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this will be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September, and the topic is has the basic features, doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation. Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this will be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features, doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation. Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September, and the topic has the basic features doctrine: serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Hello and a very good morning. Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It is the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic TV today. It will witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country live on one stage. Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, will be the chief guest at the event that marks the birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. So don't miss the special broadcast on Republic TV today at 4:30 p.m. It's time now to take a quick look at all the headlines.
ये जो राहुल गांधी जी बड़ा बड़ा प्रचार करते हैं दुनिया भर में जाके भारत के संविधान को बचाने की और लोकतंत्र को बचाने की, इनके मुंह में दही जम गया है.
Union Minister Anurag Thakur raises Sanatan insult, questions the silence of Vadra Congress on the controversy. Anurag Thakur says press freedom is under attack. Bihar Education Minister stokes controversy, says Ram Charitmanas has potassium cyanide in it. In a chilling reminder of the emergency era, India Alliance decides to boycott the 14 news anchors. Nation salutes Major Ashish Dhonchak as his last rites were held in Panipat. Last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh to be held in Mohali. Union Minister Anurag Thakur hit out at the opposition bloc India Alliance over its decision on media ban. He said that press freedom is under attack. Union Minister Anurag Thakur also raised Sanatan insult, questioning the silence of other Congress. All right, we're getting the visuals from the last journey of Major Ashish Dhonchak, who is whose last rites have been performed. Nation, of course, mourning the loss of our brave hearts who laid their lives down for the country amidst the Anantnag encounter. Mortal remains of Major Ashish Dhonchak have reached Panipat, and you can see those visuals, live visuals coming in from his hometown. He is survived by his 2-year-old daughter, and now we are getting, and his wife, that is, he was 34 years old, Major Ashish Dhonchak, and Colonel Manpreet Singh's last rites are also going to be performed today. Nation's loss, of course. Major Ashish Dhonchak laid his life in the Anantnag encounter. The encounter with terrorists from Pakistan. Major Ashish Dhonchak, Colonel Manpreet Singh and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt were killed in the encounter in Kashmir's Anantnag district on Wednesday. And visuals now of the last journey of Major Ashish Dhonchak right now on your screens at the moment. Homecoming now. Anantnag Martyr Major Ashish Dhonchak's Panipat homecoming. Of course, the nation salutes them with a heavy heart there. India saluting our brave hearts, and there are chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Amar Rahe chants all across, reverberating in Panipat. Major Ashish Dhonchak hails from Panipat, and that is those are the visuals coming in from his hometown, where his last rites are going to be performed. And right now you're getting visuals from the Major Ashish Dhonchak's village in Panipat. You can see the sea of supporters there, sea of people who are there to salute the brave heart. That is the last journey, who is wrapped in tricolor, covered with tricolor. Bharat Mata Ki chants, Amar Rahe chants. All right, my colleague Nikita Saha is joining us on the broadcast, getting us live visuals and report from the ground zero. Nikita, of course.
They're all around here to pay their last tribute to the late officer, the martyr, the brave soldier who made the supreme sacrifice and laid down his life for the nation. After his remains reached his residence in Panipat in the morning, we are here right now at his village, where he will be laid to rest.
Dhonchak, the last journey of Major Dhonchak there, our colleague Nikita getting you the latest from Panipat right now. Major Dhonchak is survived by his parents. If you can hear me, Nikita, Major Dhonchak survived by his parents, his wife Jyoti, 2-year-old daughter. He got married in 2015 and he had last come home in May. And of course, they waited for Major Ashish Dhonchak. The parents waited for their son. The wife waited for her husband. The daughter waited for her father. But he laid his life down for the country. And today he is being received with the tricolour for which he sacrificed his life. And you can see the sea of supporters there, viewers. The last salute to Major Ashish Dhonchak. Nikita, if you can hear me, please tell us about Major Ashish Dhonchak, his life, the background, and how many people have gathered. We can see a sea of supporters there paying tribute to Major Ashish Dhonchak. Nikita. There seemed to be a problem with that audio connection there with my colleague Nikita. I'll try and reconnect with her. But you can see those visuals coming in, the photographs. Three of our brave hearts martyred in Anantnag encounter. You can see there those visuals to the left of your screens. That is the last journey of Major Ashish Dhonchak. And in fact, there are 3 of our brave hearts, and Major Dhonchak was one of them. Meanwhile, Colonel Manpreet Singh of Mohali, his mortal remains too have been brought to Mulanpur, his home in Mulanpur in Mohali, and the mortal remains are expected very shortly there. And India, of course, salutes their sacrifice. We at Republic TV are saluting the sacrifice of our brave hearts, giving a tribute. You can see those supporters, you can see the tricolour. You can see the tricolour, so many tricolours, so many people holding the tricolour in their hands and paying tributes to our brave hearts. Remember, this has been a really long drawn encounter in Anantnag, and the tensions continue to remain in the area. And right now, we are saluting our 3 brave hearts who have lost their lives, and scores of people have turned up there in to pay tribute to Major Ashish Dhonchak. And you can see there, Major Dhonchak's family includes his wife, 2-year-old daughter, and 3 sisters, parents. And my colleague Nikita is, I'm told, back with us on the broadcast. Nikita, over to you. It's of course a very heavy-hearted farewell, but of course every Indian is proud of the sacrifice that has been made by Major Ashish Dhonchak.
Yes, Rakshita, we have finally reached, the Major Ashish has actually finally reached the last point. On the night of 12th and 13th, late Major Ashish Sena Medal made the supreme sacrifice for the nation, as he, along with 2 more fellow officers, laid their lives in the service of nation while dealing with terrorists in Anantnag's Kokarnag, which is a heavily forested area. We are right now at Binjol, where the final rites will take place, the cremation will take place. All his army colleagues, men, officers, soldiers, his family, close family members, we can see that they are all standing together to say goodbye to the late officer, the valiant officer who wasn't new to bravery. Earlier also last year he was awarded with a Sena Medal, and again in this operation he followed his commanding officer who also unfortunately lost his life, Colonel Manpreet. They were both Sena Medal awardees, both the officers. They were both posted with 19 RR, and they were both also from Siklai Battalion. So here we can see the family, friends, the people from his village, from his house in Panipat, where the new house where he was planning to shift in the coming month on the occasion of his birthday. Everybody is here to say bye to their brave son, the son of soil, who laid down his life and made the supreme sacrifice. Why the nation against infiltration, against the enemy's interference, knowing that he might not be alive, he might not be there to see the results of his sacrifice. The army officer laid down his life and proved that there is no bigger service than the service of nation. There was also a JNK police officer. We must mention DSP Humayun, who also lost life in this operation. He was also a second generation police officer and was the only son, while he left back behind a 28 days old daughter. Our Major Ashish also left behind a 2-year-old daughter, and here we are at his funeral, standing, all of us waiting to say our last goodbyes. The cremation will take place in some time. For now, right now, the whole process is being carried out by headed here from school children. People are, you can see, they are thronging this place. They are making videos. They are trying to catch the last glimpse of their boy, their son, who has just left for the heavenly abode. While we were headed also to Binjal, there were school kids who were in unison. Even now we can hear it. Bharat Mata Ki Jai is all we can hear in the air. They're also chanting, Major, the soldier is gone, the officer is gone.
Younger generations who will put in their heart and soul in the service of nation. In his family only, Major Ashish was one of the elder brothers who inspired his younger siblings and cousins to join the Indian Army. Today, while I was talking to his relatives, brothers and sisters, cousins of Major Ashish who are serving in the Indian Army, who are donning the uniform and are posted in different, even critical parts of our country. As the family lays down their son in rest, as we can see, the wreath-laying ceremony is happening right now. The Jawans of 6th Life Battalion are for the late officer.
हाथ में राष्ट्रीय तिरंगा यहाँ पे मौजूद है। गांव के तमाम जितने भी लोग हैं सभी के हाथों में यहाँ पे तिरंगा मौजूद है और साफ तौर पे वो यहाँ पे अंतिम दर्शन करने के लिए पहुँचे हैं मेजर आशीष का। और
It was a telephonic conversation he had with his family some 3 days ago. According to his relatives, the Major Ashish was, as it is, not feeling well, and then he went ahead with this operation along with his commanding officer and also the JNK police. The terrain was tough. The bodies of the officers from there they were brought down to Srinagar, and then later on they were also paid by the POC of Corps of the Chinar Corps. General Ghai has said that none of these culprits who have caused a situation as agonizing as this will be allowed to live on freely without any repercussions. They will be dealt with very harshly and they will be punished for what they have done. We would also like to pay attention to the fact that the hideouts where these two terrorists who are now fugitives, they were hiding. These hideouts also some stores of medicines, arms and ammunition with the marking of Pakistan. they were also recovered from those hideouts. So here back to this Binjal right now, we can see that everyone is standing, paying their last tribute, last respect to the fallen soldier. They wouldn't agree with that, as we saw. They wouldn't call him the fallen soldier, as on the way we saw while coming from Panipat to Binjal, we saw how people who were not even there at the residence, at his residence in the morning, when at 7 a.m. his remains arrived in an army ambulance, or people who were walking on the roads and who were just passing by also joined the procession, which started originally from Panipat. They all wanted to pay their last tribute and say goodbyes to their hero, their son, who has made them so proud. Their brother, Major Ashish, has left his family behind, his 2-year-old daughter, his ailing father, old mother, and 3 sisters, of course his wife. They were all planning to move in the new house next month on the occasion of his birthday. The house where we were today at 7 in the morning. People who have gathered here also, and probably are not family members, they can all feel the pain of the family, they can all feel the pain of loss. While the officer was a gallantry award winner, but the tragedy of personal loss.
As Nikita was telling us, Major Ashish Dhonchak, it was his dream house, and he was planning to move into his new house in Panipat very soon, next month. And of course his family was expecting that, his excitement, he was excited for returning back and moving into his new house. He has shared this with his sister as well. But of course now it's only some unshakable pain that the entire family is experiencing and feeling. Of course, the warmth and the smiles and the laughter that they would greet him with upon receiving him, now of course replaced by some tears, unshakable pain, but pride, a lot of pride nevertheless. And remember, the encounter is still underway. It's a long drawn gun battle at the encounter site. Our brave hearts are still fighting against the terrorists from across the border. The Kashmir gun battle is raging on, viewers. This is going on for 3 days now, and the anti-terror operations is only getting even more difficult. It is only intensifying in Anantnag. The terrain is in fact very difficult. You can see those deferred visuals that we are getting in from the encounter site. It is of course, on one hand you see the pain the family goes through, the loved ones go through when they see their fallen heroes, but nation is saluting them, and the encounter nevertheless still continues, viewers. They still continues, and our Jawans are still fighting it out there at the encounter site.
मिला है उन जवानों की जिन्होंने देश के लिए सर्वोच्च बलिदान दे दिया। तो भाई दूसरी तस्वीर उस घाटी की भी है जिस घाटी से उनकी बॉडी को रिट्रीव किया गया था। आज उसी घाटी को छलनी किया जा रहा है, उन सुरंगों को ढूंढा जा रहा है जिस सुरंगों से आतंकवादी फायरिंग कर रहे थे। सेना की बहुत से बहुत ऊपर चले गए थे वो, क्योंकि कल भी देखा हमने कि कितनी राउंड फायरिंग हुई, लेकिन घना जंगल होने के चलते, बहुत सारे पहाड़ होने के चलते, अंधेरा होने के चलते कई बार फायरिंग मिस हुई और बहुत सफलता हाथ नहीं लगी जवानों के। लेकिन आज उसमें तब्दीली की गई और ये कहा गया कि दरअसल पहले ड्रोन से मदद ली जाएगी, पहले टारगेट किया जाएगा कि कहां पर छिपे हैं वो, क्योंकि इस तरीके से पूरा दिन निकल जा रहा है लेकिन आतंकवादी हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं। इस वजह से आज पहले ड्रोन की मदद ली गई, इन कैमरों के जरिए उन जगहों को टारगेट किया गया और आसमान में दिखाई दे रहे हैं आपको 2-2, 3-3 ड्रोन एक साथ उड़ते हुए जो उन लोकेशंस को ट्रेस कर रहे हैं, टारगेट कर रहे हैं। इसके बाद उसका इनपुट दिया जा रहा है, इसके बाद उन जगहों को टारगेट करके आईडी ब्लास्ट किए जा रहे हैं, इसके बाद धमाके हो रहे हैं और उन सुरंगों को छलनी किया जा रहा है, उन हाइडआउट्स को छलनी किया जा रहा है जहां से छिप करके आतंकवादी फायरिंग कर रहे थे। तो महत्वपूर्ण तस्वीरें आज की हैं ये, क्योंकि आज माना यह भी जा रहा है कि दरअसल आज ऑपरेशन खत्म करना है, क्योंकि सेना के जवानों को भी शहादत का बदला लेना है। लिहाजा इतने जो दिन हुए, 3 दिन, बुधवार के दिन ये घटना हुई थी, इसके बाद से कल, आज और परसों 3 दिन हो चुके हैं, और आज ये माना जा रहा है कि कुछ देर के बाद जो सेना के बड़े अधिकारी हैं उनकी भी मौजूदगी स्पॉट पर होगी इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को अंजाम देने के बाद। लेकिन तस्वीरें फिलहाल उसी जगह की हैं जहां पर ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है और ड्रोन अभी भी आसमान में उड़ रहा है। उसके बाद जो बताने के लिए काफी है कि अभी ड्रोन और भी लोकेशंस भेज रहा है उन जगहों के। और ये देखिए एक और ड्रोन आ गया आसमान में, 3-3, 4-4 ड्रोन एक वक्त पर आसमान में उड़ता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। एक वक्त पे 3-3, 4-4 ड्रोन है जो लोकेशंस को बता रहा है, और उसके बाद वहां पर किस तरीके से ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है तस्वीरें भी आपके सामने हैं। और ये भी कहा गया कि कुछ जगह भी और टारगेट की गई है। दरअसल इस पहाड़ी के बारे में जानकारी दे दूं मैं दर्शकों को। ये पहाड़ी जो है ये वो पहाड़ी है जो कई इलाकों को जोड़ती है, जो जोड़ती है किश्तवाड़ को, जो जोड़ती है पुंछ को, जो जोड़ती है राजौरी को। और ये बहुत बड़ा जंगल है जिसमें बहुत सारी सुरंगें कही जाती हैं। यहाँ पे स्थानीय लोगों की ओर से कहा जाता है कि इसके अंदर एक पूरा का पूरा किला है, कई गुफाएं हैं जिसमें कोई जाने की हिम्मत भी नहीं जुटा पाता आमतौर पर। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से तस्वीरें वहां से सामने आ रही हैं, ये ड्रोन की मदद लेकर के उन सुरंगों को ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है। जिस जगह से फायरिंग हो रही थी और जिस जगह से परसों फायरिंग के बाद जो बड़ी चूक हुई, उसके बाद उस जगह को छलनी किया जा रहा है। और अब देखिए ड्रोन आपको फिर से आसमान में उड़ते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। अभी सेना की गाड़ियों का मूवमेंट भी बढ़ गया है, कुछ गाड़ियां गई हैं, कुछ गाड़ियां वापस लौट करके आ रही हैं। यानी कि एक मूवमेंट तो आसमान में चल रहा है तो दूसरा मूवमेंट जमीन पर चल रहा है, जहां पे किस तरीके से जो है गाड़ियां हैं सेना के जवानों की वो मूवमेंट कर रही हैं। और तस्वीरें आपके सामने आसमान से दिखाई दे रही हैं, जहां पे आपको दिखाई दे रहा है एक बार फिर से हवा में उड़ता हुआ ड्रोन जो लगातार टारगेट कर रहा है उन जगहों को। सुबह से इस बात को लेकर आशंका थी, क्योंकि कल जिस तरीके से हम रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे, कल दिन भर फायरिंग की हमने आवाज सुनी, दिन भर हमने फायरिंग देखी, लेकिन शाम तक कोई अपडेट नहीं है। इसका मतलब यह था कि कोई बड़ी सफलता हाथ नहीं लगी है आतंकवादियों को पकड़ने में, उजैर खान और उनके समर्थकों को पकड़ने में। इसलिए आज स्ट्रेटेजी में तब्दीली की गई और ये कहा गया कि दरअसल इस तरीके से फायरिंग करने में जो पहाड़ है, जो जंगल है, वो बहुत चुनौती पेश कर रहे हैं जवानों के सामने। लिहाजा आज किस तरीके से टारगेट बदला गया। और ये देखिए ये जो गाड़ी सेना के जवानों की, वो देखिए, ये देखिए यहाँ से मूवमेंट कर रही है। और ये देखिए एक बार फिर से यहाँ पे गाड़ी मूवमेंट करती दिखाई दे रही है आपको। और अब दूसरी गाड़ी आई है, यानी कि जो मूवमेंट है गाड़ियों का वो यहाँ पे नीचे बदल गया है, ज्यादा तेज हो गया है। और ऊपर ऑपरेशन बलिदान का बदला जारी है। ऑपरेशन बलिदान का बदला जारी है, क्योंकि आज ड्रोन की मदद ली जा रही है उन जगहों को खाली करवाने में, या उन जगहों को छिपे होने के आशंका के बाद से फायर करने में या ब्लास्ट करने में। तो ये देखिए जो गाड़ी है सेना की, वो फिर से एक बार आपको मूवमेंट करती दिखाई दे रही है। और अभी फिलहाल ऑपरेशन, और ये देखिए अभी टारगेट बनता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। ये देखिए ये सेकंड ड्रोन है।
All right, that was the report filed by our network reporter from Ground Zero from the encounter site earlier today. Of course, we cannot show you live visuals as the day 3 of the operation continues. The battle is only intensifying and
किया गया। दरअसल ड्रोन ने पहले लोकेशन बताई, इसके बाद पहले टारगेट किया गया, उसके बाद अब यहाँ पे देखिए एक बार फिर से फायर कर दिया गया है और इसके बाद फिर से ब्लास्ट कर दिया गया। यानी कि ड्रोन इतनी देर से लोकेशन ट्रेस कर रहा था। जैसे ड्रोन ने इंफॉर्मेशन दी, जैसे ड्रोन के जरिए पता चला कि आतंकी का एक और सुरंग वहां पर है, तो एक बार फिर से फ्रेश ब्लास्ट किया गया। ये अब तक का 12वां 13वां ब्लास्ट है जब तक मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग कर रही हूँ, जब से मैं देख रही हूँ कि 12वां 13वां ब्लास्ट है जो यहाँ पे बैक टू बैक किया जा रहा है। पहले ड्रोन पहाड़ियों के ऊपर मंडराते हैं और उसके साथ ही वो लोकेशन बताते हैं जवानों को। उसके बाद लोकेशन देने के बाद वहां पे मिसाइल से उसके जरिए एक हमला किया जाता है, जिसके जरिए एक ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है और उस पूरे हिस्से को जो है ब्लास्ट। और ये देखिए नीचे जो गाड़ियां हैं जवानों की, उन जो अधिकारियों की, वो भी यहाँ पर बढ़ गई है। एक और गाड़ी अब देखिए आपको आती दिखाई दे रही है, यानी कि अब संख्या और गाड़ियों की बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ऊपर ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, नीचे अधिकारी जो है मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट ऑपरेशन है। आज 3 दिन हो चुके हैं और सुबह से काफी शांति थी, लेकिन अब एक बार फिर एक्शन शुरू हुआ है और हम आपको ये लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। जो आप देख पा रहे हैं वो डेफर्ड विजुअल्स हैं। आपको लगातार बता दें, हम इस वक्त कहीं भी कुछ कॉम्प्रोमाइज कराने की कोशिश नहीं करेंगे। आपको कुछ समय बाद ये विजुअल्स अपनी टीवी स्क्रीन पे नजर आएंगे और हम इसको यहाँ पे लाइव देख रहे हैं और आपको बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से
तो तस्वीरें आपकी टीवी स्क्रीन पर है, जहां पर देख रहे हैं आप कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे उन सुरंगों को, उन हाइडआउट्स को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, जहां से परसों फायरिंग हो रही थी और कल हमने देखा भी था कि किस तरीके से ये देखिए, और ये देखिए फायरिंग की आवाज आ रही है आपको, ये देखिए एक बार फिर से ब्लास्ट हुआ और फायरिंग हो रही है अंदर, यानी कि ऑपरेशन गोइंग ऑन है, ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहा है। पहले ड्रोन के जरिए टारगेट किया जा रहा है, इसके बाद उनको ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है और अब फायरिंग हो रही है, लगातार अंदर फायरिंग हो रही है उन जंगल के अंदर, जिस जंगल से लगातार आतंकियों की ओर से फायरिंग हो रही थी, छिपे होने की आशंका थी। और ये देखिए, ये गाड़ी, अब सेना के जवानों की गाड़ी जो है, बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां, उनकी मौजूदगी और बढ़ गई है, संख्या और बढ़ा दी गई है। ऐसा ये माना जा रहा है कि जिस तरीके से सेना के जवानों के सामने चुनौती थी उन जगहों को ढूंढना, अब वो जगह मिल गई है। ऑपरेशन आज और तेज कर दिया गया है और जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर तस्वीरें हैं आपके सामने, वो यहाँ पर लगातार चल रहा है और गाड़ियां नीचे बढ़ गई हैं, यानी कि नीचे मूवमेंट तेज हो गया है। ये तस्वीर आपको कुछ देर के बाद दिखाई देंगी, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये सेना का ऑपरेशन है, ये बहुत रिस्क हो जाता है लाइव अपडेट्स दिखाना, लाइव ऑपरेशन दिखाना, और इसलिए ड्रोन नीचे आ रहा है। और ये देखिए, अब ये ड्रोन नीचे आ रहा है और ये देखिए, ये देखिए जो ड्रोन ऊपर देख रहे हैं आप, जो तीसरा ड्रोन था वो आसमान में था और अब वो नीचे की ओर आ रहा है, यानी कि नीचे की ओर आ करके वो टारगेट को सेट करेगा। टारगेट को सेट करने के बाद ठीक उसी जगह पर फायर किया जाएगा, ठीक उसी जगह पर ब्लास्ट किया जाएगा, जिस जगह को ड्रोन बताएगा कि यही वो हाइड आउट है या यही वो सुरंग है, जिस सुरंग को लेकर के कहा जा रहा है कि उसी जगह पे छिपे हुए हैं आतंकियों के, छिपे होने की आशंका है। तो ये तस्वीरें आपको कुछ देर के बाद दिखाई जाएंगी। दरअसल ये लाइव ऑपरेशन है और इसके चलते बहुत कुछ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करना ठीक नहीं होगा, लिहाजा यहाँ पे देखिए ड्रोन अब फिर से नीचे आ रहा है और जिस तरीके से आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं वही वो पहाड़ी है जिसके ऊपर नीचे दाएं बाएं टारगेट सेट करके लगातार ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पर खड़े होकर रिपोर्टिंग करना भी बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत रिस्क है, लेकिन फिर भी हर एक अपडेट पहुंचाना दर्शकों के सामने ये जिम्मेदारी है हमारी, लिहाजा उस जिम्मेदारी को बखूबी निभाते हुए हम, और ये देखिए ड्रोन नीचे आ रहा है, नीचे आकर के ठीक उसी जगह पर जा रहा है जिस जगह पे हम लगातार ये देख रहे थे कि कैसे टारगेट सेट करके ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है। तो देखिए अब ड्रोन नीचे की ओर आ रहा है, यानी कि कुछ जगह और भी टारगेट की गई है ड्रोन की ओर से, जिस जगह को ढूंढा जा रहा है। और ये देखिए
so we are getting you those pictures. Remember, these are deferred visuals from an operation that is ongoing. This was a report that was being filed from the encounter site. This as our forces avenge our martyrs in that encounter in Anantnag, and while the final journey is underway and we get you how tributes are being paid to our martyrs who lost their lives in the Anantnag operation. Parallelly, we are also getting you details of an ongoing operation from the encounter site, but remember, these are deferred pictures that are on your screens now from Kokarnag forest, where the terrorists are encircled. We can give you details of how quadcopters and drones are being used by our forces, but these are terror hideouts that are being destroyed by our forces as the operation is ongoing, and we are unable to tell you in detail about an operation that is still underway. So for safety and security purposes, we are not putting out details of this operation that is going on in Kokarnag forest, but also at the same time, remember, this is happening right now at the encounter site where this operation is underway. Those pictures on your screens from Kokarnag forest, you see how dense this forest is, and hence executing such operations can often be very challenging for our forces who have encircled these terror hideouts. This, as we also stay with these pictures, the final journey of Major Ashish. Zeenat is joining us on the phone line as she is also tracking details of the encounter site. Zeenat, we do understand that it is an ongoing operation and there is only limited information that can be put out at the moment. But what more are you picking up from your sources in the army, and what's happening right now?
See, as we know, this encounter has entered into its third day, and police has already confirmed that the two Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists involved in the killing of the officers have also been encircled. And since yesterday, we are saying that a lot of ammunition is being used to kill or to neutralize these terrorists. The security forces have pressed heavy diameter quadcopters, drones into service to trace out the hiding terrorists. But operation as of now, we have not seen any success coming to the security forces. The fresh effort is to kill the terrorists in the forest area of Kokarnag. And the firing also resumed in the morning. We witnessed the gunshot, the explosives being used, because this operation is taking place in the hillock in Kokarnag. This is the Gazol area, and it connects you to the Kishtwar of Jammu region. We are seeing that the security forces have surrounded the terrorists, including a local terrorist who have been operating in this region for a long time. He's a local terrorist of NET identified as Uzair Khan. As per the security forces and the Jammu and Kashmir police, that they have encircled the two LET terrorists who are responsible for the killing of Colonel Manpreet Singh, the commanding officer of 19 RR, Major Ashish Dhanchok, who's also from the same battalion, and the Deputy Superintendent of Police, Himayu Muzammil, but during an encounter in the Garol forest at Kokarnag. And all the three officers lost their life on Wednesday when the first gunshots were exchanged between the terrorists and the security forces in this area. We also witnessed the solemn tributes that were paid by the LG himself and the top cops of the G&K police and the security establishment to the unwavering valor of these soldiers who laid their life bleeding from the front during the ongoing operation, and the forces persist with unwavering resolve as they encircle the terrorists, and they have made it quite loud that they will be neutralizing the terrorists who have been involved in this very attack. And we also picking from the sources that the induction of more soldiers from different security agencies have also been put in, and also a combing operation is at present underway.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Zina, do stay on with us, because Amandeep is also with us on the broadcast as we are putting out those pictures of the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. He led the search column of 19 Rashtriya Rifles. He was with Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was the commander of the Kokarnag company of 19 Rashtriya Rifles, who was accompanying him in this operation. They moved through those entrance and rugged terrain of the forests as the nation mourns the loss of our brave hearts. Amandeep, talk us through what you're witnessing right now. The family still to come to terms with the loss, and really nothing that can compensate for what they are going through. But the forces very, very determined that they will avenge the killing of our brave hearts. Over to you, Amandeep.
Well, you can see that the mortal remains of Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh is about to reach his residence. But in the midway, the people, the citizens, the locals, the residents, the villagers, they all are showering the flowers of the mortal remains and receiving the mortal remains of Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh on the road. And in fact, with the full army honor, it has been brought to the residence. So far, Swesha, so far we are just at a distance of almost 500 meters from the residence of Manpreet Singh, where the last respect will be paid and from where the last journey, the final journey will begin. But in the midway, the people with the slogans of Colonel Manpreet Singh, Amar Rahe, Bharat Zindabad, these are the slogans that has been completely occupied the air of this surroundings. And you can see the people with tears in their eyes and aggression among their hearts. This is the feeling here that we are trying to explain in the words also. You see, in this ambulance, the mortal remains of Manpreet Singh has been brought from Western Command, and in fact, with the photographed, every single person is showering the flowers and welcoming the mortal remains that he has contributed. The supreme sacrifice to the nation by Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, and in fact, it turned out to be quite difficult to the driver of the ambulance to move ahead, just because the area has been completely occupied by the locals, by the relatives, by the family, friends, dears and nears, and even the locals as well. So you can see the kind of pride and the sloganeering and the flowers being pelted and a kind of emotions that are being expressed by the locals with the slogans of Manpreet Singh, Amar Rahe, Colonel Vande Mataram, and these are the slogans that has been surrounded completely, and the sacrifice cannot match. The supreme sacrifice to this nation has been completely applauded by the locals. This is the expression and the emotion of the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has let down his life in the line of duty for this nation, and in fact now the mortal remains is being received by the family members and the locals here in Mohali itself. We are just outside the village of Manpreet Singh, where the people have gathered in a large number, and even tears in their eyes and aggression in their heart. The sloganeering and even the flowers are being pelted. So this is how the hero of the nation is being welcomed when he returned covered in a tricolor. So this is the feeling. Just because Colonel Manpreet Singh was one of the favorite among the family, and following the line of the family, he joined the Indian Army and leading the operation from the front every time, not the first time. And even when he commissioned in Indian Army in 2005 till 2023, he remained on the front line and in fact led all the operation against the Pakistani sponsored terrorists and neutralized several terrorists and successfully carried out the operations. But this time again he was leading the operation from the front side in the Kokarnag area of Anantnag, and in fact sacrificed his life to the nation. And you can see these emotions, the tears in the eyes among the people, and aggression among the heart from the youth, from children to elderly people. They have raising their hands to express themselves that Colonel Manpreet Singh Amar Rahe, Jab Tak Tera Naam Rahega, Colonel Manpreet Singh. Such kind of sloganeering is being heard all around, and even the mortal remains will arrive at the residence of Manpreet Singh in a short while from now, just because the last journey will be started from his residence. And you can see that we will try to speak to some of the people, and even the people who are here. Everybody is raising the hand that Colonel Manpreet Singh Amar Rahe, Amar Rahe. So this is the kind of feeling. See the visuals and heard the sounds, these voices.
Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai!
This is how the nation welcomes when their heroes come back in the coffins covered with the tricolor and sacrifice their lives towards the nation while protecting them. So the voices and in fact the sounds, these are not the voices of the people. This is the emotion of the nation among the heroes towards the heroes who has contributed their life in the line of duty to save the nation from certain anti-national elements sponsored by the Pakistan. And see, from children to the elderly people, everywhere, just one line, they all are saluting, paying tribute to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. This expression, these feelings cannot be matched just because youth, children, even the small kids and even the elderly people, they all are speaking in one line for Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has attained the martyrdom while fighting against the Pakistani terrorists in the valley. The longest time he served in the valley fighting against the terrorism, and now being returned covered with the tricolor, the coffin covered with the tricolor, and the people giving him the grand welcome. He deserves a grand welcome. This is what the people are giving him, with full emotions, with full feelings, and consoling the family.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ।
As the nation salutes braveheart Major Ashish Dhonchak, commander of the Kokarnak Company of 19 Rashtriya Rifles, who was leading the operation. He is survived by his wife and his daughter, Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish Dhonchak, from the 19 Rashtriya Rifles, who were moving through the entrance and rugged terrain of the forests. It was around noon yesterday when the column came under heavy fire from terrorists who were hiding. Although the search column retaliated and engaged, but in that fierce gun battle, Colonel Singh, Major Dhonchak and DSP Humayun Bhatt, who first suffered gunshot wounds and later succumbed to their injuries. Forces go all out to avenge the martyrdom of our bravehearts, Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was the commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifles Unit, and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was the company commander of 19 Rashtriya Rifles. As the nation pays tribute to our bravehearts, those are the pictures of the last and final journey of Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was survived by his wife and his daughter. This, as we also got you pictures of the ongoing operation that is underway in Kokarnak forest. Of course, deferred pictures that were reeling on your screens. But anti-terror operation that has been intensified by the army and the Jammu and Kashmir police as they are trying to pin those terrorists down and target the terror hideouts in Kokarnak forest. Drones, Heron drones to be precise, are being used in this operation that has been underway for 40 hours now. This as the final journey of our bravehearts, Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, that is underway. Pictures on your screens from Mohali and Panipat as India salutes our bravehearts. Also cutting across to Amandeep, who's with us from Mohali. Amandeep, it pains to see what the families of these martyrs have to go through. And even as they are yet to come to terms with this loss, of course, we see how operations have been intensified in full swing to be able to avenge the killing of our martyrs. But you're there right now as the nation pays tribute to our brave hearts. Over to you, Amandeep. Not too sure if Amandeep is still connected with us, but for the moment we are slipping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you these pictures of the final journey of our brave hearts. These are pictures from Mohali and Panipat as the nation salutes the Anantnag heroes.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the brave hearts of Anantnag. This is a story of martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018. The year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज कुकरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला।
reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके झूठे बैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम.
Hello and welcome. Republic Media Network brings you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It's the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring to you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic Today. It would witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country. Live on one stage, Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, would be the chief guest at the event that marks the birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. So do not miss the special broadcast on Republic TV at 4:30 p.m. today.
ये जो राहुल गांधी जी बड़ा बड़ा प्रचार करते हैं दुनिया भर में जाके भारत के संविधान को बचाने की और लोकतंत्र को बचाने की, इनके मुंह में दही जम गया है.
Team opposition decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack. No end to Hindu abuse. Opposition leader now compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. BJP hits out. Days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by the SIT team. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to bravehearts. But crackdown on terror continues with Anantnag operation entering day 3 today. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who were killed in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district of J&K, are now underway. In fact, the last rites were just conducted of Major Ashish, and just in a short while Colonel Manpreet's last rites would also be conducted. So the nation paying salute to the sacrifice, the courage and valor of the brave hearts. 3 officers, remember, have laid down their lives while serving the nation. This during the anti-terror operations which are still being conducted in Anantnag as part of a major terror crackdown. As we speak, the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted very shortly, and Major Ashish Dhonchak's last rites are underway in Panipat. So the nation saluting the supreme sacrifice, the courage and the valor that the 3 officers have shown. As we speak, the force is going all out to avenge the martyrdom of these 3 officers who've laid their life in service for the nation. In just some time from now, the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted. Note, Major Ashish Dhonchak's last rites have just concluded. Both were martyred during the anti-terror operations which were carried out in Anantnag. In fact, the operations are still ongoing to avenge the killing of the 3 officers who've sacrificed their lives in service for the nation. Colonel Manpreet, in fact, served the army for 17 years, nation saluting the supreme sacrifice of its brave hearts. And to tell more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose last rites would be conducted in just a while from now. He was a 3rd generation soldier. He's left behind his mother, wife and a 2-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. Meanwhile, Dhonchak, Major Ashish Dhonchak, is survived by his wife, a 2-year-old daughter, and was the only son of his father. He has 3 sisters as well. All 3 army personnel, in fact 2 army personnel and 1 police officer sacrificed their life in service for the nation. Colonel and Major and a deputy superintendent of the J&K police who were martyred in the gunfight with terrorists in the higher reaches of the Kokarnag area of Kashmir. So as we speak, the force is going all out to avenge the killing, and the operations are still on with the J&K police and forces both carrying out a joint operation to nab the terrorists. Note that the Lashkar offshoot terrorists have already taken responsibility, in which 3 of our officers sacrificed their lives, and forces in an operation that continues for 3rd straight day are going all out to avenge the killings. Let's go across to Amandeep, who's joining us for more. Amandeep, we understand that the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted shortly. Talk to us more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose courage and valor would be remembered for years and years to come. All right, not sure if Amandeep is with us, but as we speak. Alright, we try to fix that audio, but as we speak, in just some time from now, last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be taking place. Remember, Colonel Manpreet Singh was a commanding officer of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. Along with him, Major Ashish Dhonchak, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, lost their life in this encounter with the terrorists in the Kokernag forest of Anantnag. You see a sea of people who've gathered to pay their last respects, saluting the valor and courage. While the atmosphere is somber, you see those scenes of people saluting the martyrs. There is a sense of pride among every citizen of the country for the sacrifice of the officers. So, in just some time from now, the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be taking place. Let's go across to Major General A.K. Sivaj also joining us. Major General, if I can get your thoughts, of course a somber day for the country, but it's the courage and valor that would be remembered for years and years to come of the 3 officers who've laid their lives in service for the nation.
No doubt about it, Colonel Manpreet had sacrificed his life for the nation, and he was the commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifle, the one which is involved into counter-terrorism. Remember that he was also been awarded as a Sena Medal guarantee when he was a Lieutenant Colonel and the 2IC of the unit. But he certainly, after becoming a full Colonel, he had a choice of going out to a peace station, but he opted to remain in a counter-terrorism environment. We all are proud of Colonel Manpreet Singh that he sacrificed his life for the nation. He is the one who was leading it. You know, majority time the neighboring country find that the commanding officer gives direction from back. But here was a commanding officer, Colonel Manpreet Singh, along with Major Ashish and DSP Bhatt, Humayun Bhatt, they were leading together. So this is a message which has been sent to the youngsters that imagine, a commanding officer leading in a counter-terrorism operation. So a sacrifice made by Colonel Manpreet will not go waste. The nation is proud of him. And we will all fight against this counter-terrorism to make sure this menace of terrorism which is coming from Pakistan, emanating from Pakistan, is finished off and done this. Remember, there is a peace prevailing in Kashmir Valley. There is a development taking place, especially after Article 370 and 35 has been abrogated. But that's not to the liking of Pakistan. And the epicenter of terrorism is in Pakistan. Unless you don't hit there, you will not find the peace coming. Though everything is very fine in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmir Valley is now bubbling with a lot of development. There are only 60 to 80 terrorists left. But certainly the Pakistan will keep on making effort to send more terrorists and also create problem in Kashmir Valley. But all said and done, we are proud of what Colonel Manpreet Singh has done it. He has sacrificed his life for the nation. We all are proud of him.
Well, absolutely. Major General, at this stage it's important to talk about the undaunting courage of our Jawans as well, because despite the challenges that they are facing in those thick forests of Anantnag, they continue relentlessly with their operation, which has now entered day 3.
In high altitude are concerned or in higher reaches are concerned, these are very difficult operations. Yes. And especially now where this operation are taking Kokernag, that area is not only that there are hills, there are also a forest area. And the growth is so heavy that in case you use drones, which we are now using around, that they were not able to give us a pinpoint target. And at the same time, the helicopter could not land because the casualty could not be evacuated in time because there was firing taking place and the growth is so heavy, you were not getting clearance. So fighting in this higher reaches where the already initiative with the terrorists is by itself a very you can say, difficult operation. But certainly our forces are fighting that, and the terrorism is on the last day. That must be understood by everyone. There are not more than 60 to 70 terrorists which are left now, and they will be limited in another year or so. The Indian Army is at it, and all the counter-terrorist operations are going with the full vigor and full speed. And our counter-infiltration gate on line of control is very, very strong. You will not finding any, they have managed to infiltrate. You can't say that it's zero infiltration, but very less. But they have now opened the new front in Rajouri and first. The infiltration is trying to take from there and also from Nepal and all in case they are not able to get it from there. But certainly we have to be vigilant, alert, because Pakistan will try to create problem in Kashmir Valley, especially when there is a problem going in Pakistan, in POJK, in Gilgit, Pakistan. People want to join India because they feel that the Indian Jammu and Kashmir has gone 70 to 80 years ahead of that. And they are now very keen that they must also get the fruit of development. And hence there are protests going on in POJK and Gilgit, Pakistan to join India. And to divert the attention, this is what the Pakistan is trying to do. Pakistan deep state will keep on doing it. We have to be alert and vigilant. But our Indian forces are very well prepared to handle these sort of problems, and we will make sure that the terrorism is wiped off in time to come.
Yes. Major General, appreciate you speaking to us. So Major General A.K. Sivaj telling us about the weaponry and also about the quadcopters and drones that are being used while the anti-terror operations are ongoing in Anantnag's forest. Let's go across to Amandeep as well. He's there where the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted very shortly. Amandeep, of course, the family is inconsolable, but the nation today joins in saluting the valor and courage that all three officers have portrayed while fighting it out at the gun battle. Amandeep, if you're still with us, if you can talk to us more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was a commanding officer, of course, of 19 Rashtriya Rifles. His courage, his undaunting courage rather, is being hailed by every Indian. Let's go across to Major Gaurav Arya also. Major Gaurav Arya, talk to us more about the sacrifice of these three officers, which has left a sense of pride in every Indian today for this undaunting courage that each of the officers has portrayed.
You see, I've spent some time with this unit in Kinara, and I've gone. I should do a series called Pitch Yet for a Republic sometime, and I spend a week.
Major Gaurav Arya, if you're still with us. All right, we seem to have lost that connection, but let's go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, tell us more. When can we expect the last rites to take place? And tell us more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was indeed a decorated officer, a commanding officer as well of 19 Rashtriya Rifles.
Well, last respect was being paid to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh at his residence. A large number of people, massive number of people are here, gathered here. They wanted to participate. There is a huge people at the residence of Manpreet Singh along with his family members and his son, 7-year-old Samiksha's son, Kabir Singh, wearing the uniform of Indian Army, olive green color, having the Indian flag on his chest, and in fact saluting his father, who was wrapped in the tricolor, and in fact came back to him. The family is very much into the emotional, drowned into the emotions, and in fact, meanwhile, people are reading the slogans of just because it's music. It has been given a lot of influence among the society. Just Manpreet Singh was passionate in joining the army, passionately. He was leading the anti-terror operations in the valley for the longest time, and in fact, he was lieutenant leading the operations. He was captain participating in the anti-terror operations. He was major participating in the operations. Lieutenant colonel participating in the operations, and commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifles again leading the operations. He was continuously leading the operations, and even in future also he wanted to lead the certain operations. And that is the reason in 2021 he has been decorated with the Sina Medal as certain successful operations have neutralized several terrorists in the valley, and the modules has been busted back by the Pakistan ISI as well. So these are the emotions the family feel proud about this. They always judge Colonel Martyr's achievement and regarding the operations from the people, from the batchmates, from the relatives, and even from the units as well, and even sometimes from the news reports as well. But see, the family is there and starting to the very emotional kind of environment. The people simultaneously is raising the clothing of Manpreet Singh Amar, having title in their hands, plates and the cutouts have been put out on the road.
Yes, let's go across to Major Gaurav Arya, who's back with us. Major, while the whole nation is saluting the courage of our officers, talk to us more about the challenges that the security personnel are facing at this stage while they try to avenge the martyrdom of the 3 officers in the Anantnag forests.
See, the challenges are, of course, the terrain. The challenges is that Pakistan will keep on pushing in terrorists. And this is also a game of chance. In spite of your best intentions and best preparations, it's also a game of chance. You can plan, but when the bullets start flying, at that time, it's, you never know whose time is up. So yes, there are various challenges, but I think I've maintained this for a very long time, and I'm saying this again, that, the problem comes from Pakistan. Unfortunately, all our actions are in Kashmir. We need to start, going across the border. If Pakistan can send terrorists from across the border, carry out a massive infiltration like Kargil in 1999, we should also we should just say that, the line of control as far as we are concerned does not exist. And the Indian Army has the right to pursue it or to take action as it deems fit. Otherwise, these things keep on happening. There is no stopping these things because terror incidents are very, very difficult to control. I mean, the U.S. with a defense budget of $700 billion, right, and have the finest intelligence set up anywhere in the world. They have hundreds of satellites. They could not stop at 9/11. So, this is also a game of chance, a professional game of chance. So this is what we must do. Solve the problem at the source is what I'm saying.
Yes. Major, also if you can talk to us about the weaponry that these terrorists have, who do you think is probably aiding? Is it the Pak ISI or is it probably the involvement of the Chinese as well when it comes to supplying top modern weaponry to the terrorists?
No, there is no top modern weaponry with the terrorists. See, there are 2-3 things, first of all. China does not have any top modern weaponry because all these terrorists come on foot. So, needless to say, there is no heavy weaponry with them. They would have a series of weapons. They would have rocket launchers. They would have Pikas. They would have stuff like that. It's not like they have any very sophisticated maybe in terms of night vision devices, thermal imaging and all that. But otherwise, they will only come what they can carry on their. They will only fight with what they can carry on their backs. Because if they are coming from across the area, for example, Lebanon, what's going to carry? He's not going to carry an anti-aircraft missile on his back. He's going to carry a weapon. So whatever weapon he carries, mostly they carry AK series, and they carry the because you asked specifically.
Yes.
They carry AK series, and most of us prefer the AK series because it's easy to use and it does not require much maintenance. It does not jam. It can get dirty and still fire. So that is why it's a preferred weapon for everybody. Security forces, even people from across the border, terrorists, everybody use the AK series, and that is mostly what they use. They use RPGs. They use Pika machine guns. They use grenades. Yes, you're right. There's Chinese involvement. There is Pakistani ISI involvement. There is no about that.
Yes. Major, stay with us. These are very emotional scenes that we are seeing on our screens right now. His son, Major's son, is tying the Rakhi on the coffin. In fact, his 6-year-old son dressed in army suit, and his sister has placed Rakhi on his coffin. In fact, if you can talk to us more about the challenges, the difficult life that a Jawan leads while he's away from home, battling it out on the field.
See, that is something that we know we are getting into when we join army. The problem is, when politicians play politics. You see, there are so many people who start questioning. I was watching social social media, and I was seeing all these things. A lot of people will say that, why did he go from here? Why did he go from there? You can't teach an Indian Army officer what to do in Kashmir. That's his core competence. I mean, we have people, and I don't want to take the name of any political parties, but no, how did it happen? So all these things, more support is required. We can deal with the enemy, Lashkar and Jaish and all that we can deal with. The problem is that when political dirt is thrown out unnecessarily, then it hurts. Otherwise, the terrorists and Pakistan and China, that's not a problem. That is something that we are trained to handle, and we will handle it irrespective of the challenge.
Yes, appreciate you speaking to us. So that was Major Gaurav Arya. As we speak, these are very emotional scenes on our screens right now. The family paying its final goodbye to Major Manpreet, in fact Colonel Manpreet, and as we talk, his 6-year-old son is dressed in army uniform. Colonel's wife has placed a rakhi on his coffin, and the final rites would be taking place shortly. Let's go across to Amandeep again. Amandeep, these are very emotional scenes to say the least. Talk to us more what we see on air. His son has donned an army uniform. His sister has placed a rakhi on his coffin. They are teary-eyed, but there is a sense of pride in them that his wife is feeling at this stage, his son for that matter, for the undaunting courage of Colonel Manpreet.
Members are trying to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh and family members along with the nears and dears, they all are here to pay the last respect to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh, and in fact whose contribution is being known among the nation. Several people are present here physically, but the entire nation is social media as a platform, but here the family is the locals, years and years, they wearing uniform, again and saluting my father who has been planting and talking, cycle and talking as well, who has contributed his life to the supreme sacrifice.
These are emotional scenes on your screens, difficult to put into words. What the family is going through at this stage. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has sacrificed his life in service of the nation. His son is dressed in army uniform. His sister has placed rakhi on his coffin, and that's Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose sacrifice would be remembered for years and years to come. You see the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh. The last rites would be taking place shortly. As we speak, the family is inconsolable but proud of the sacrifice of Colonel Manpreet Singh. In fact, a sea of people who've gathered to pay their final tributes to Colonel Manpreet Singh. As we speak, the last rites would be conducted shortly, but emotional scenes to say the least. He was martyred during the anti-terror operation in Anantnag. In fact, as we speak, the forces are going all out to avenge the martyrdom of the 3 officers, including Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish, and the JNK police officer as well, who've lost their life while serving the nation. Let's go across to Amandeep again. Amandeep, while we keep up with these visuals as final tributes pour in for Colonel, please talk to us more about the life of Colonel Manpreet, who was a decorated officer, and every person's heart is just brimming with pride for this courage and valor that Colonel Manpreet and 2 others have shown. So these are scenes from as we speak. The last rites would be conducted in just some time from now of Colonel Manpreet Singh. He is one of the 3 officers to have sacrificed his life while serving the nation. This was during the Anantnag anti-terror operations that are still ongoing in the thick forests of Anantnag. The forces are engaged in heavy gun battle with the terrorists, have pledged for that retribution to avenge the killing of the martyrs. And there you see that is the inconsolable family of Colonel Manpreet. Colonel Manpreet's son has donned an army uniform. His sister, his family members are holding high the Tiranga, sending out a very strong message that come what may, India's flag will always fly high, and speaks a billion words that they are very, very proud of the sacrifice by Colonel Manpreet. So while the Tiranga that flies high at his rest at the roof of Colonel Manpreet's residence, his son donning an army uniform and his sister tying Rakhi on his coffin speaks 1,000 words. The family is, of course, proud of this courage and valor. Let's go across to Rakshita as well from the Delhi newsroom studios. Rakshita, if you can talk to us more about Colonel Manpreet's life. He was a decorated officer. His sacrifice will be remembered in the years to come.
Well, of course, really emotional scenes there, Samiksha, coming in from Mohali. The nation, of course, saluting the bravery of Colonel Manpreet Singh, the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. We can see that on our screens right now. Emotional scenes. His very young, very, very young son, 6-year-old son, donning the uniform and saluting him is one picture that will remain with the country. And of course, this speaks volumes of what the families of our brave hearts go through as they lay their lives down for our protection, for our security. The battle, of course, on the other hand, continues to rage on. Our forces continue to fight with full intensity to avenge the death, to avenge the sacrifice and to protect the country. But emotional scenes there from the hometown, of course, of our brave hearts is something that the nation is witnessing, and we have been witnessing this. Our forces have always stood forth on the forefront to protect the country, and we have lost so many of our Jawans. The last rites of the colonel who lost his life in the Anantnag encounter, which is still underway. You can see those visuals there from his house, and just a while ago we saw how on the rooftop of his house the Tiranga was flying high with his kin, of course, and his loved ones, family, friends, everybody all gathered there. You can see those emotional relatives, wives and mothers and all the relatives, the women of the family. Utterly emotional scenes there. And a 6-year-old son saluting Colonel Manpreet is, of course, a really, really moving picture, heart-wrenching picture, but at the same time, it fills our hearts with pride. Colonel Manpreet Singh hails from Punjab's Mohali, decorated officer, a colonel, and on your screen is he was the commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles. He was leading his troops from the front. He was hit by a hail of bullets in this encounter, countering the terrorists. The operations have, of course, intensified. Him, along with the company commander Major Ashish Dhonchak and Kashmir Police DSP Deputy Superintendent Humayun Muzammil Bhatt laid down their lives in this operation. And last rites, we've just got you the visuals of Major Ashish Dhonchak's last rites. He was given gun salute that has just concluded, and now you can see Colonel Manpreet Singh's last rites will be held shortly. Tiranga flying high at the Martyrs' house. Emotional scenes coming in, and Rakhi, his sister, has tied a Rakhi on the coffin. The festival of Rakhi, of course, concluded just few days back, and Colonel Manpreet Singh was on duty. He could not come and meet his sister on the occasion of Rakhi. And you know, the Rakhi festival is about protection. Colonel Manpreet Singh was on duty to protect his sister and the countrymen, the entire country, and he laid his life down for the protection of the country. His son donning the uniform, the army uniform, and saluting his father as he bids farewell to the brave heart. The final journey, you can see Pushpanjali, the floral tributes being offered to Colonel Manpreet Singh, and his 6-year-old son, his sister placing a Rakhi there on the coffin, offering tributes. Several of his relatives and friends and from the army also offering tributes. Of course, he is one of the 3 brave hearts who sacrificed their lives in the Anantnag encounter, which is still underway. The operations have only intensified there, but on one side we have that intensifying of operation, and now we have the emotional scenes where their mortal remains are reaching their houses, their respective hometown, received with tears and also received with a lot of pride at the same time, as there are chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, as we saw in Major Donchak's funeral. Now we are seeing the last salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh, commanding officer of 19 Rashtra Rifles. Of course, nobody can describe how the family is going through, how they are feeling right now, what pain they are going through right now. But we are getting you those heart-wrenching visuals. You can see from Colonel Manpreet Singh's home in Mohali in Punjab. Last rites will be performed very shortly from now. Before that, floral tributes being paid. The last salute we just saw by his 6-year-old son. You can see those emotional scenes to the right of your screens. You can see that 6-year-old boy, the 6-year-old boy donning that army uniform, paying the final tribute to his father, a father who laid down his life for the country, who was a brave heart, and his son also very bravely standing by and saluting for the last time his father. And you can see so many people have thronged to the residence of Colonel Manpreet Singh to pay the last tribute to the hero of this mega operation that is still underway. And Colonel Manpreet Singh, of course, is survived by his 2 children. Emotional scenes, really heart-wrenching visuals coming in from Mohali. He was a commanding officer of 19 Rashtra Rifles, and he faced a hail of bullets there. He completed 17 years of service in the force, in the army. He has led many major operations. He was awarded Sena Medal also. Very decorated officer, Colonel Manpreet Singh. He lost his life, he sacrificed his life in this Anantnag encounter that is still underway, intensifying operation that is still underway. But our 3 brave hearts have been martyred in this operation. his two young children. Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his two children and his wife Jagmeet, two young children, Kabir Singh and Bunny Kaur. And it's of course a huge loss to the entire family, to the nation of course. It's a huge loss, having lost such decorated, a brave officer. And the nation of course continues to pay tributes to our fallen heroes. And Colonel Shailendra Singh is joining us on the phone line. Colonel Singh, we're getting some really heart-wrenching visuals from the last journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. His 6-year-old son, he is survived by his wife and two young children. His 6-year-old son saluting his father one last time as he dons the army uniform.
It's indeed a very sad occasion, but at the same time, being an army man, I can always say it's a proud occasion also for people like me, that yes, we are there to give up our life for saving our country, in the name of our country. As far as the occasion is concerned, it is not at all important whether the son is there, daughter is there, the wife is there. But see the jazba. See the jazba of saluting. You have created another soldier in standing at that 6-year-old. That boy understands that today onwards my father is not there. He knows that my father has given up his life, and that is a salute. And let me tell you, this is another generation of soldiers which will come up. I'm 100%, 200% sure that this son will rise and become another capable army officer. He will do anything for his country. That is the upbringing in which his mother is going to bring in. That is the jazba which that mother will bring in. That is the way each and every lady, each and every wife of our army personnel, that is the way she is always waiting. Whenever her husband is out, she knows anything can go wrong. But then that is where she also understands, if at all anything happens to my husband, it will be for the country. Because for her also, country comes first, always, every time.
Absolutely, Colonel Shailendra Singh, really an emotional scene also coming in. Of course, entire country and his loved ones are also at the same time, as you said, filled with pride and a lot of inspiration and of course motivation as our brave hearts lay down their lives. Also the fact that, you know, Colonel Shailendra Singh, our brave hearts, our forces are also still fighting out that battle in Anantnag. You know, it's a difficult terrain, and for 3 days this encounter is going on, and we still are of course fighting it out against the terrorists.
Oh yes, why only Anantnag? Why only Garhwal? It has been done everywhere. Wherever army is fighting, they are fighting it with that aim that we will rid our country and that land of these terrorists, and we will make sure that the public and the locals of Kashmir, they are safe, they can live happily, they can move around absolutely with freedom. That is what is the jazba against the terrorists, and that is the actual binding force for us, that anything and everything we are doing it for the locals.
Right. Thank you so much, Colonel Shailendra Singh, for joining us with your thoughts on this at this time as the nation is paying tribute to our brave hearts. My colleague Amandeep is also joining us live from Mohali as we are getting the live visuals of the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who is from Mohali. You can see those live visuals coming in from his residence. Amandeep, if you can hear me, tell us what is how many people have gathered? Of course, it's a very heart-wrenching scene. We just saw his sister placing a rakhi there, and also his son donning the army uniform. And as Colonel Shailendra Singh was saying, that it is something that it shows that jazba, and it's an inspirational moment for so many people, including his son, when they see his father Colonel Manpreet Singh laying down his life for the country, for protection of the country?
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, absolutely. A 7-year-old son, Kabir Singh, wearing a uniform and indicating that next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army. And in fact, Manpreet Martyr, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh was third generation in his family. His grandfather, his father and Colonel Manpreet has served in Indian Army, and in fact Colonel Manpreet and his father Lakhvir Singh, they both have served in one battalion, that is 12 Sikh Light Infantry Battalion. And even now the son wearing uniform is another indication that next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through olive green, and even the olive green among the blood of this family. And in fact, the way Colonel has attained the martyrdom while fighting the terrorism from the front line, this is the jazba, this is the josh, this is the aggression, this is the spirit for the nation of the family. And even the son is saluting his father, who's wrapped in a coffin and in fact in a tricolor, and returned home while making the entire nation and the family proud by his anti-terrorist operations in the valley. And even now the family on one side is drowned into the emotions that they have lost the family member, but simultaneously they are feeling proud that their family members has let down his life contributing to the nation. And in fact they have they also upholding the spirit for the nation by making his son into the olive green in the army uniform. Yes.
Yes, Amandeep, stay with us as we continue to get the live visuals from Mohali, and Major Gaurav Arya is also joining us on the broadcast for more. Major General Gaurav Arya, of course, heart-wrenching scenes coming in from Mohali. We are seeing his 6-year-old son donning the uniform and saluting his father. It's just, it's the legacy of his, braveheart father, isn't it? And it's such a moving scene that we are getting. A Rakhi has been placed by his sister also, on the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Major Gaurav Arya.
Thank you for that question. And, essentially what happens is that they say that army is not a job you do, it's a life you live, it's an emotion. And it is only an emotion that can make you walk for 8 hours in absolute dark and then assault a hideout full of terrorists, not knowing what will come from the other side. This can't be done for money. This can't be done for a salary or for some level of comfort that we are used to. This can only be done, if you have that kind of emotion attached to your profession. And all these things that you see, the sister tying Rakhi, her brother is no more, and the son, saluting his father wearing a combat uniform. All these things happen because of the kind of the environment that you have in the household. So it's a patriotic family, it's a Fauji family. That is how they've grown up. That's how they've seen their brother or their father. Those are the values that they have imbibed. And so this is how they will react in such circumstances. This is natural for them to react like that because that is what they're being taught. It's in their DNA to react like this. Because while the family must be heartbroken. It will be absolutely heartbroken, and while the family is still can't seem to be able to deal with that loss, and that will happen only much later. But there is also that sense of deep pride that their son, their husband, or their father has done, or their brother has done so much for the nation, for which the nation will be eternally grateful. So I think this is this is culturally how it is in the armed forces.
Absolutely, of course. The last rites will be performed very shortly from now. And as talk to us more about, Major Arya, how it's on one hand we have the forces still, of course, fighting it out as the operation is intensifying. On the other hand, we are seeing these emotional scenes, and for the nation, it's not just only emotional. Of course, it's emotional. It's something that cannot be described by any other who is not from the family. The family knows the best how they are feeling right now, but at the same time it's very inspirational. At the same time, it's something that fills everybody's heart with pride. As we can see it on the rooftop of his residence, there's a tricolor the women in his family, the women in his family holding the tricolor. So it really fills everybody's hearts with pride, apart from, really being sad for the loss. What we have achieved is the pride.
But I'd like to say that we are also in our nation, there are many of us who are hypocrites. You see, who's doing this? Pakistan is doing this. So today, everybody, there'll be a wave of patriotism and, the colonel's body and the major's body and, DSP Humayun Bhatt, and everybody will be talking about them and saying that what great soldiers. And next time there is an India-Pakistan match, everybody's going to sit at home and watch Pakistan play India. So, you see, where are we going as a nation? Who are these terrorists? Who's responsible for this funeral that they're showing on television today? Who's responsible? It is Pakistan who's responsible. And if Pakistan is responsible, why in God's name are we engaging with Pakistan at all? We are playing cricket with Pakistan. We should be firing missiles at Pakistan. We should be teaching Pakistan a lesson that their, coming generations will not forget. There should be absolute, we should go kinetic with Pakistan, but we are not doing that. So today everybody will say, oh, what a sad thing, and his sister is tying Rakhi and his son is saluting, and everybody in the country will be watching the program, and justifiably so. I'm not saying that their emotions are not true. Of course their emotions are true. But in the larger context, I want to ask, who is responsible for these deaths? It is Pakistan. And what in God's name are we doing playing cricket or engaging with Pakistan at all? We should be doing exactly the opposite. Our troops should be crossing the line of control right now and giving a hammering of a lifetime to the Pakistanis, but we're not doing that. And the same public, and I'm sorry I'm saying this, but the same public will tomorrow say, oh, what a fantastic match between India and Pakistan. Let's we want to see Babar Azam bat, and, Shaheen Afridi is going to bowl, and it's going to be a great contest between the bat and the ball. There is no contest between India and Pakistan. Pakistan is a rogue nation. It's a terrorist nation. It needs to be put down. Like a rabid dog, that nation needs to be put down, not to be engaged with.
Absolutely, of course, rightly pointed out there were many voices from the valley we've heard who are actually still batting for talks with Pakistan as we continue to lose our brave hearts, we continue to lose our soldiers, our Jawans in such operations as the infiltration continues and the terrorists continue to of course, threaten our security. But, talk to us more about, Major Arya, the sentiment, of course, involved here, because these are the scenes, as you say, that, until and unless we really understand and really, absorb this, we will, what you're saying, we will be, moving in that direction to actually take those steps, in, in the right direction. And that's why I want to understand from you, Major Arya, is that how does this really, come across to you? We see DSP Humayun Bhatt's father walking towards the coffin, and very composed, it's not that we don't see any kind of animation. Of course, he must be going through a storm of emotions, but you can tell us better. He was walking towards the coffin very, calmly and in a composed way. And there were, of course, there were emotional scenes as we were talking about Colonel Manpreet's son saluting, and also the 2-year-old daughter, we saw at Colonel, Dhonchak also. Major Dhonchak's hometown as well. So there are very heart-wrenching scenes coming in from these three locations. But what do these family really feel, and how do they really cope with it? What kind of a loss is it for them, and how do they take it forward? How do they take their life forward from here?
Very difficult. It's extremely difficult because I've met so many people, met so many Veer Naris, interviewed them, been with them, understood. And, it's very difficult to articulate this kind of loss because, if somebody is suffering from an illness and it's, you sort of expected that after some time person is 80, 90 or 70, you know that if there is illness, all of us have to die one day and none of us is going to live forever. But when you see such promising young men going in such a violent way, for you and me, I mean, come to think about it. You see, you talked about coping with the loss. These people who laid down their life, all three of them, whether it's Colonel Manpreet, Major Ashish, or DSP Humayun Bhatt, whatever. I mean, any one of these, or even previously, they don't know you, they don't know me. Think about it for a moment. They don't know you, they don't know me, and yet they choose to lay down their lives for you and me. Can there be bigger sacrifice? Sacrificing for people that you love, whom you know, it's far easy. They sacrifice for us and they love us, people they don't even know. And there can be no bigger sacrifice than this. Sacrificing for a person that you don't know. He's never seen you, has never seen me in my life. And yet they go ahead and do this because this is dharma. This is duty. In the most classical Indian sense, this is duty. When you go and say that I know what is coming for me, I know what's going to happen to me. I know I may not live in the next 24 hours, but this is my duty and I have to go. So I move out from the comfort of my home, wear my uniform, put on my bulletproof jacket, wear my helmet, pick up my AK-47, and then I go to war. So this is what happens. And as far as the family is concerned, it's going to take them a long, long time to... But there is a silver lining in all this. And the silver lining is that the army as an institution takes care. It takes great deal of care. And I can tell you, though it is very little comfort as I speak these words to you, it's very little comfort, but the fact of the matter is that the families are not alone. The entire fraternity of the army would have descended upon their homes and, taken care of everything. And, and help them deal with this grief, which is why army is such a fantastic institution. They're not alone. Colonel Manpreet's family right now, and I can tell you, I'm not here, I'm here in NCR, Delhi, but I can guarantee that their families are not alone. I can guarantee that the family of Major Ashish is not alone. And I can guarantee that J&K police people have reached, with their families, with wife and kids, have reached the family home of DSP Humayun. This is the fraternity, this is the brotherhood of soldiers, actually. And this is how we live. So this is how it happens.
Absolutely. And we are seeing how even the people from the village, entire locality and people from adjoining areas are coming up and surrounding the entire house with, chanting, Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Amar Rahe, and, holding tirangas high in their hands. This is one thing that, of course, the occasion is sad and of loss, but at the same time, as we continue to grieve, we also see that how, them sacrificing their lives brings us together. As you were pointing out earlier, Major Arya, that, they do not know you and me personally, but they sacrifice their lives. Even these people who are right now thronging to the residences of these respective our brave hearts, we're seeing that they are full of josh and full of pride there. And we see the nation uniting there on this occasion and this, loss that we are, of course, saluting those brave hearts.
They gave this blood for the nation to unite, for the nation to feel as if they are one unit, one entity. And extremely sad day. I mean, what can one say about this? What can one say? Except you mentioned that the entire village had gathered round, the entire town had gathered round. And this is what happens when somebody attains Veer-Gati and they bring his mortal remains back home. This is what happens. People go and pay homage. And people want to be, want to actually go out and pay their respects and pay their homage and be in the company of the great soul who has laid down his life for the nation. And it's a very big deal because, you see, look at us. We don't even cross the road, if we feel that a bus is approaching or a car is approaching. We wait. And we only cross the road when it's absolutely safe and absolutely clear for us. Even a small thing like crossing the road, we are extremely careful. Look at these people. Every single day, they put on their uniform, tie their boots, put on their bulletproof jacket, helmet, their weapon, and they go every single day. Every single day. And you don't know whether they're going to come back or not. And yet they choose to do it. And a colonel is not a junior officer. A colonel is a fairly senior officer in the army. And yet, what does this teach you? This teaches you, and this is one point that we must reiterate again and again. This teaches you that the Indian Army leads from the front. With your permission, I'd like to give a small statistic here. Indian Army officers make up less than 4% of the entire army. Less than 4%. Right? And yet, Indian Army officers make up for more than 12% of all the fatal casualties in the army. That is a 300% jump in ratio. So this is an army where an officer does not tell his men to attack. This is an army where an officer tells his men to, he says, follow me. So this is exactly what Colonel Manpreet told his men. That is why he took the bullet. He said, follow me. In other armies, you send the Jawans or the soldiers ahead. That is what the Pakistani army does. You'll hear of very, few fatalities among officers. There are officer fatalities in the Pakistan army, but those are very few. If you look at the Indian army, look at the long list. I can name so many officers. Look at Kargil, all these young officers. Captain Manoj Pandey, Paramveer Chakra. So young. Captain Saurabh Kalia, so young. You speak about Captain Vikram Batra. What is his age? Nothing. And Major Padmapani Acharya. Archie sir was my senior in the academy. He was 6 months my senior in the academy, Archie sir. He laid down his life. He got the Mahavir Chakra. So, you see, all these officer casualties that you've heard about, so many officers laying down their lives, and now you're talking about Colonel Manpreet. Who are these people? These are people who have taken an oath to lead from the front. They're leading from the front. They're saying that I'm an officer, I will take the first bullet. That is my responsibility. And that is the promise that you have with your men. That the safety, honor, and the welfare of your country will come first, always and every time. The safety and welfare of the men you command come next. And your own safety and welfare come last, always and every time. This is the credo, the Chetwood credo that all officers live and die by. And this is exactly what he did. Colonel Manpreet, Major Ashish, and DSP Humayun. They said that the safety, honor, and welfare of the country comes first, always and every time. And this is what they did. So this is what this is about, essentially. It's about the Chetwood credo. It is about how it is still being followed in the forces, in letter and spirit. And that is the entire story. It revolves around this credo only.
Major Arya, Colonel Manpreet Singh, I was pointing out how our officers are ready to take the bullet. And in fact, he was offered a peace posting, what we're learning, upon his promotion in 2021. But he volunteered to stay in the Rashtra Rifles, 19 Rashtra Rifles.
He was leading. तो ये तो हमारी परंपरा है कि लीड करना फ्रंट से।
वो जो एरिया है सर, आपने भी वहाँ पे सर्व किया होगा, तो किस तरह का एरिया है? आप थोड़ा बता सकते हैं?
It is very difficult area. I have served there for more than 2 years. More than 2 years. Same place. Yeah.
You feel कि इस तरह वहाँ पे जिस तरह अभी भी जैसे कह सकते हैं कि शांति तो हो गई थी, लेकिन फिर भी थोड़ा सा।
I think this question you should ask some politician or somebody else, not a soldier. अपना तो काम ये है कि भी जो काम दिया लड़ाई पढ़ाई और बाकी जिस politics is with the people at high.
As a soldier, आप तो आज क्या कहेंगे सर? आज शहीद हुए मेजर भी और हमारे यहाँ।
As a soldier, I would say this is a part of soldiering. Death is a part of soldiering, but the question is a mere honorable death which he has, and we are proud of him. And we will continue fighting. The rest of the things, every agency, like last time our Prime Minister took the revenge, this time something must be being planned.
Those were reactions coming in. Now, Major Gauravare continues to stay with us on the phone line. Major Arya, as we were talking about how our officers have laid their lives down, Colonel Manpreet Singh, he volunteered to stay and command the 19 Rashtra Rifles. And as you were telling us that they are ready to take all the dangers to protect the country. Tell us more about this operation. This operation is still underway and it's only intensifying. Drones have been deployed and all other means to counter the terrorists have been deployed. Tell us more about this area, the Kokarnak, the terrain, how difficult it is, and what are the challenges that our forces must be facing, that it has stretched out for so long. And what we were learning is that today is the time when they plan to really conclude this operation. What are the kind of challenges that our forces are facing in this terrain and in this site?
See, Kokarnak, general area, Anantnag, Kokarnak, the terrain is extremely difficult, number one. Number two, these officers walked 8 hours, in pitch dark. They walked for 8 hours so that they would not lose the element of surprise. And they kept on doing that, kept on moving forward. And when contact happens, when I say contact, I mean between the security forces and the terrorists, it can go either way. You can plan, and these are affairs of fate. You might plan, and I'm sure Colonel Manpreet would have planned it to the last, but when the bullets start flying, at that point in time, you don't know whose name is written on which bullet. And it's very difficult. People what can I say? I mean, the terrain is difficult. The topography is crazy, absolutely. You have an enemy, right, who's absolutely desperate at that point in time, because either he wants to escape or he wants to die. He's very, very desperate there, right? He doesn't want to get caught. Either he's dead or he's trying to escape. So vicious firefight erupts. There is limited light. Whatever you can see through the night vision device, or you can't. So these things continue time after time after time. These things keep on happening, and this is everyday valley stuff. This happens every day in Kashmir. I'm not saying that, Veergati happens every day. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying contact happens every day. Every day, Rashtra Rifle columns and units will go out for operations. So there is no day in Kashmir when, the Rashtra Rifles is not out. They will be out. They'll be patrolling. They'll be getting int. So even in this case of this operation, they got a specific int that there are terrorists, and they were terrorists. The int was correct, and they planned it correctly. And I would also like to say that, DSP Humayun Bhatt, I think he led from the front, and fantastic. I mean, salutes to him, 1,000 salutes to him. So yeah, this whole thing, sometimes it goes south. Operations go south sometimes. It happens. In spite of your best efforts, in spite of your best plans, this is how it is. It's I will not say it's a game of chance, but sometimes it's fate. Things happen. When bullets fly, you don't know. You don't know what will happen. And it's very unfortunate, very extremely unfortunate.
Major Gaurav Arya, also your view on how terrorists are infiltrating from across the border, because when it came to such encounters, we had seen a slowdown in that sense, but such horrific details that have emerged now, and even in terms of the counter operation that is continuing, that has been going on for 3 days, how do you see the scenes changing on the border in terms of the security apparatus and how these terrorists are infiltrating?
No, see, there are anti-infiltration grids along the border. So there is fencing along the border. And there are so many things there. There is patrolling, and there are, lasers, and there are lights, and there are drones, and there are so many things. What happens is that because the terrain is so unpredictable. So I'm just giving you a small example because this has happened once in my knowledge. And somebody told me, in fact, the commanding officer of one infantry unit told me that, fantastic, this thing, everything was going on very well. But what happened was that there was a landslide, or there was snow shifting. And that shifting snow took away 100 meters of fence. It just went out like that. So sometimes it happens. All these things happen along the LC, right? If there is a breach in the line of control, you will come to know. But, they make attempts every day. And out of 100, what you hear about is that one successful infiltration. You don't hear about that 99 people who are stopped or shot or killed or they went back to Pakistan. You don't hear about that. You hear about that one guy who came across. So this is how it is. This house, the infiltration has come down to an absolute trickle. During our time, when I was on the line of control, it was a flood because there was no fence at that time. You could walk into India from Pakistan. You could simply walk into India. There was no requirement of anything. And in the 90s, early 90s, people were walking in. People were simply walking in. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands. Some say 25, 30,000 terrorists were active in J&K. At that point in time, in places like Surankot and places like Doda, Kishtwar, Padot, and also in South Kashmir and Central Kashmir, it was in Srinagar. In the heart of Srinagar, it was happening. But now, of course, they've come down to a trickle, but you will always have that one odd guy who manages to slip by. That chance is always there. There is no 100% guarantee, in warfare or in our line of business. There are no 100% guarantees everywhere.
Again, if you can detail for us the details of an operation of this nature, because as we understand, is being suggested in reports of 2 terrorists who've been encircled. The operation had to be halted in the night for 2 hours. Joint parties that are carrying out a combing operation in the area to nab these terrorists. So how does it really work given the challenges in such a terrain?
See, as I said, you can't do anything about that. See, the challenges are so many. it's not like one challenge. It's not like, there are so many things. The distance, the light, the terrain, the topography, the intelligence. Everything is a challenge, and you have to surmount each and every single thing to succeed. You can't say that, this is my challenge and I will do this and then I will be successful. It's massively sophisticated. It's massively complex. And one more thing which I'd like to tell you is that not many people speak about this, but it's important to speak about this, that, generally terrorists tend to hide in congested areas. Generally. They tend to hide in congested areas because they know that the Indian Armed Forces or the Indian Army will never want to, actually let loose fire in a place where there are civilians. Because we have been told very categorically that there should be zero civilian casualties or zero non-combatants who are hurt. You can't have that. So we are doubly careful. Those guys are not careful. I mean, they couldn't care if 20 civilians died. They couldn't care less. But here there is accountability with the Indian Army. There is 100% accountability. Collateral damage is looked down upon in the army. It's a strict no-no. I mean, you can't do... It becomes, that we are professional soldiers. We don't want civilians to get hurt. This is a profession of arms. We will deal with the people who carry weapons. But for the people who do not carry weapons, it's a problem.
You're talking about weapons, and I want to refer to again what is being called as advanced weaponry that has been provided to our soldiers. In fact, also if we go by certain reports that call for induction of more soldiers from different security agencies, heavy diameter quadcopters that have been pressed into service, and even Chetan helicopters that are hovering all around this area where the searches are being conducted. So in that sense, use of modern technology that has been incorporated, but combat support, are we on point?
No, if we induct more soldiers, we are solving the wrong problem. We are answering the wrong question, first of all. It's not about drones, it's not about helicopters, it's not about advanced weaponry that you have. It is not about that at all. Please understand that this problem is emanating from Pakistan, and you're trying to solve a problem emanating from Pakistan, you're trying to solve it in Kashmir. If you want this problem to stop, you have to cross the line of control and go into Pakistan and cause serious damage to the Pakistan army. Even the surgical strikes were against terrorists. I wish we have a surgical strike against the Pakistan army. You see, you have to understand, once you cause damage to the Pakistan army, once you cause serious damage to the Pakistan army, that is the time when there will be peace in Kashmir. What are we doing? Terrorists come inside Kashmir. Now, even if you kill 10 terrorists, let us say you have killed 10 terrorists, do they compensate for one colonel of the Indian Army? They don't. 100 terrorists don't compensate for one colonel of the Indian Army, or a major for that matter, or a DSP of the J&K. They don't. And this is the game Pakistan is playing, because Pakistan has all these madrasas with the crazy people, the elders have fought in the Afghan jihad and they feel that they are jihadis and they'll go to heaven, etc., all that nonsense. So these people come and then they start fighting. They come there to die because somebody has told them that you'll go to heaven. You'll get Jannat. So the issue is that who is training them? Who is funding them? Where are they getting the money from? Where are they getting the training from? A civilian can't pick up a weapon and start learning to use it expertly. Somebody is teaching. Where is the source of your problem? If the source of your problem is in Pakistan, why are you trying to solve it in Kashmir? This is something that we are doing wrong, right? You have to go to the source of the problem. Your source of the problem is in Rawalpindi. It's inside Pakistan. Your source is not Kashmir. They will keep on sending terrorists. People will keep on dying here, and this entire cycle will never ever stop. Never stop.
Major Gaurav Arya, I want to thank you for speaking to us at the moment. And we continue to put out these pictures. Very, very painful to watch what the families are going through at this point. A Rakhi, that hand has been seen on Colonel Manpreet Singh's remains. But we also shift our focus to the other big story that we are tracking for you this afternoon, of how press freedom has been curtailed by the INDA bloc. BJP.
इतिहास में हिंदुस्तान के लिए एक काला धब्बा बना था जब इमरजेंसी लागू इंदिरा गांधी ने किया था और लाखों पत्रकारों को जिस प्रकार से प्रताड़ित किया गया था, संपादकीय तक पत्रकार लिख नहीं पाते थे। पुलिस बैठकर देखती थी वहां पर कि संपादकीय में कहीं इंदिरा गांधी के विरोध में कुछ लिखा जा रहा है या नहीं लिखा जा रहा है। मीसा कानून के अंतर्गत न जाने आप में से कई लोग यंग पत्रकार यहां बैठे हैं, आप में से कितने के पिताओं के ऊपर, कितनों के दादाओं के ऊपर, कितनों के जानकारों के ऊपर, कितने ही पत्रकारों के ऊपर जुल्म ढाया गया मीसा कानून के अंतर्गत। इस विषय से भी हिंदुस्तान वाकिफ है। राजीव गांधी 29 अगस्त 1988, डिफेमेशन बिल 1988, आप याद करिए उस समय बोफोर्स चरम पर था। कुछ ऐसे पत्रकार थे, जाबाज पत्रकार मैं कहूंगा उनको, और कुछ ऐसी पत्रकारिता थी जिन्होंने बोफोर्स को बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से उजागर किया था। द स्टोरी ऑफ बोफोर्स एंड ब्राइब, किस प्रकार से भ्रष्ट और भ्रष्ट नेता बोफोर्स में लिप्त थे। राजीव गांधी जी के इस चरित्र को उजागर करने का काम कुछ बहुत बड़े अखबारों ने किया था। उनको लेकर जिस प्रकार एक डिफेमेशन कानून लाने का प्रयास 1988 में राजीव गांधी की सरकार ने किया था, कानून ले भी आए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास का वो पहला कानून बना जिसको वापस लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि पत्रकार जगत एक होकर खड़ा हो गया। देयर वॉज यूनिटी अमॉन्ग्स द मीडिया पीपल। सारे मीडिया के लोग एक होकर खड़े हो गए, जाग उठे, हिंदुस्तान जाग उठा और अंततोगत्वा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके राजीव गांधी को डिफेमेशन बिल 1988 वापस लेना पड़ा, जिसमें उन्होंने सोचा था कि जो गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ या उनके खिलाफ लिखेगा उसे सजा दी जाएगी। राहुल गांधी जी से मैं सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, लिस्ट तो आपने जारी की है, क्या यह लिस्ट मोहब्बत की दुकान की लिस्ट है? सामान नफरत का और दुकान मोहब्बत का, ऐसा तो कभी नहीं हो सकता। यू हैव शोन योर कंटेम्प्ट अगेंस्ट मीडिया। हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र में जो चौथा स्तंभ है, द फोर्थ पिलर ऑफ इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी, दैट इज मीडिया। मीडिया के प्रति जिस प्रकार का नफरत आपने प्रदर्शित किया है, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या यह मोहब्बत की दुकान है? कदाचित नहीं। मित्रों, जब ये नेता सवाल पूछते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता जब सवाल पूछते हैं कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक में हमें सबूत चाहिए, जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ये सवाल पूछते हैं कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक फर्जी था, आप हमें सबूत ला के दिखाइए, गिव अस द एविडेंस। जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के दिग्गज नेता पूछते हैं कि भगवान राम किस कमरे में पैदा हुए, बताओ इस कमरे में पैदा हुए या उस कमरे में पैदा हुए। जब किसी दूसरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो आज घमंडिया अलायंस में है उसके नेता पूछते हैं भगवान राम ने किस इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से इंजीनियरिंग की, बताइए। जब ये सवाल पूछते हैं तो ठीक है, जायज है, इनको बॉयकॉट नहीं किया जाएगा। मगर जब पत्रकार डिबेट में सवाल पूछ लेता है इनसे कि आपके राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार क्यों हो रहा है, आपने जो आंकड़े प्रस्तुत किए थे वो आंकड़े गलत थे, सही आंकड़े ये है, क्या हिंदुस्तान की ग्रोथ स्टोरी आज विश्व में एक रिकॉर्ड नहीं कायम कर रही? क्या G20 सफल हुआ या नहीं हुआ? अगर इस प्रकार के सवाल कांग्रेस या इंडी अलायंस के दूसरे लोगों से पूछ लिया जाता है तो आप बन जाते हैं बॉयकॉट करने वाले पत्रकार। आपको बॉयकॉट कर देना चाहिए। क्यों? ये जो नेता हैं ये भगवान हैं, ये भगवान पे सवाल उठा सकते हैं और पत्रकार जो हैं वो नेताओं पे सवाल नहीं उठा सकते हैं, उनसे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते। मित्रों, ये राहुल गांधी जब विदेश जाते हैं, अभी भी विदेश में है जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, कुछ प्राइवेट मीटिंग वगैरह कर रहे हैं। आज मैंने देखा है सोशल मीडिया में, श्याम पित्रोदा ने बताया प्राइवेट मीटिंग गुप्त रखी जाएगी, बताया नहीं जाएगा। जब ये जाते हैं फॉरेन कंट्री में और विदेश की भूमि पे जाके देश के विरोध में बोलते हैं, राहुल गांधी अमेरिका में, लंदन में जाके कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में लोकतंत्र समाप्त हो गया, पत्रकारों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार किया जाता है, वी डोंट हैव राइट टू एक्सप्रेस आवरसेल्व्स इन इंडिया, देयर इज नो फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच इन इंडिया। दिस इज फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच राहुल जी, ये जो आपने लिस्ट जारी की है ये फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है। ये पत्रकारिता का सम्मान है, ये पत्रकारों का सम्मान है। ये जो बॉयकॉट करके आप सम्मान दिखा रहे हैं डेमोक्रेसी का, ये आज पूरा विश्व देख रहा है, पूरा हिंदुस्तान देख रहा है। और मित्रों, आप सब पत्रकार बैठे हैं यहां पर, और आपके माध्यम से और टीवी के कैमरे के माध्यम से मैं करोड़ों पत्रकारों से आज सवाल पूछता हूं, क्या ये जो 14 नाम लिखे गए हैं, ये बॉयकॉट के नाम है या ये टारगेट लिस्ट है? क्या इनको केवल बॉयकॉट किया गया है या इनको टारगेट करने के लिए इनके नाम जारी किए गए हैं? मैं ये सवाल पूछता हूं। ये हिट लिस्ट है। कुछ ऐसे पत्रकार हैं जो डिबेट नहीं करते हैं, जो डिबेट नहीं करते हैं, आप उनमें गेस्ट भेजेंगे ही कैसे? तो उनके नाम क्यों रखे गए हैं? टारगेट करने के लिए। एफआईआर डालेंगे, आपको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, आपको मसल के रख देंगे। और आप बताइए, एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, अब मैं कांग्रेस के लिए या उनके पार्टी के लिए कहूंगा नहीं कि लाखों कार्यकर्ता है, हजारों तो हैं, कुछ सौ तो हैं ही। आपके कार्यकर्ता कल अगर इस हिट लिस्ट में जिनके नाम दिए गए हैं उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार करें, उन पर हमला कर दें, क्योंकि आपने लिस्ट जारी की है बाकायदा कि ये नफरती पत्रकार हैं, और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा है कि ये नफरत का दुकान चलाते हैं। अगर कुछ लोग इनके ऊपर दुर्व्यवहार कर दे तो इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है? तो मैं इसको बॉयकॉट का लिस्ट कदाचित नहीं कहूंगा, मैं कहूंगा दिस वाज अ हिट जॉब डन बाय अ हिट लिस्ट रिलीज्ड बाय द कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड द इंडिया अलायंस। ये एक हिट जॉब है, और मुझे लगता है इसे सारे पत्रकार फेटर्निटी को बहुत गंभीरता से लेने की आवश्यकता है। बंगाल में तो देवमाल्या बागची नामक एक पत्रकार परसों ही शायद गिरफ्तार भी हुए, केवल इस कारण से गिरफ्तार हुए हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने सच्चाई दिखाई है। किस किस को बॉयकॉट करेंगे राहुल जी, सोनिया जी, किस किस को बॉयकॉट करेंगे आप? चंद दिनों पहले तो ये रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी बोल रहे थे, एक भाषण में कह रहे थे कि जिन जिन लोगों ने, जिस जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी को वोट दिया है वो राक्षस है। जनता राक्षस है, जो मोदी को वोट देती है, जो बीजेपी को वोट देती है वो राक्षस है, उसका बॉयकॉट होना चाहिए। ईवीएम तो पहले से ही खराब है, इलेक्शन कमीशन तो बिक चुका है, जुडिशियरी और सुप्रीम कोर्ट, इनके जजों को भी छोड़ा नहीं गया है। राम मंदिर का जजमेंट जब आया तो इनके प्रवक्ताओं ने जजेस के खिलाफ क्या क्या कहा है ये तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जजेस को छोड़ा नहीं गया है। कौन सा ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन है भारतवर्ष में जिस इंस्टीट्यूशन के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और ये इंडिया अलायंस वालों ने खराब नहीं कहा है और उनका बॉयकॉट नहीं किया है? मैं आज आपको खुल के बताता हूं, जनता भी जिंदाबाद है, ईवीएम भी जिंदाबाद है, हाईकोर्ट भी जिंदाबाद है, इलेक्शन कमीशन भी जिंदाबाद है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी जिंदाबाद है। केवल अगर किसी से नहीं हो पा रहा है जिसको बॉयकॉट वाकई करना चाहिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को, तभी उसका कुछ कल्याण होगा, उसका नाम राहुल गांधी है। पूरे दुनिया को बॉयकॉट करने चले हैं, पत्रकार भी जिंदाबाद है, वो भी अपना काम कर रहे हैं। अरे नेता में दम नहीं है भैया, बॉयकॉट किस किस को करोगे? जनता को बॉयकॉट करोगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को करोगे, पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट करोगे, टीवी को बॉयकॉट करोगे, किसको बॉयकॉट करोगे? बॉयकॉट करना है, अगर कुछ आगे बढ़ना है तो अपने नेता को बॉयकॉट करो, उसी को छोड़ने से कुछ कल्याण हो सकता है 1% का। और मुझे एक प्रश्न वो अवार्ड वापसी गैंग और जो मोमबत्ती वाले हैं उनसे भी पूछना है कि आज शाम को कहीं मोमबत्ती ये सुलगाएंगे या नहीं? ये अगर हमारे तरफ से कोई लिस्ट जारी हो गई होती तो मार्केट में मोमबत्ती कम पड़ जाती, अभी ब्लैक में मोमबत्ती बिक्री हो रही होती, सारे मोमबत्ती कल से खरीद के ये घूम रहे होते। मगर एक भी मोमबत्ती खरीदी गई है या नहीं, सच में यह हंसने का विषय नहीं है। मतलब इस प्रकार की अभद्रता मैंने आज तक नहीं देखी। आप सोच के देखिए, ये सब जो सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच है, एक भी मोमबत्ती इन्होंने खरीदा है या नहीं खरीदा है, मैं जानना चाहता हूं। ये अवार्ड वापसी गैंग एक अवार्ड वापस करेगी? सारे अवार्ड वापस करने वाले घूमते थे सर्टिफिकेट लेके, अवार्ड वापस लो, हमारी अवार्ड। एक अवार्ड वापस करेंगे? ये इतने पत्रकारों के खिलाफ एक हिट लिस्ट आपने जारी की। वो चंद्रशेखर जी हैं शिक्षा मंत्री बिहार के, उन्होंने आज श्री रामचरितमानस को पोटेशियम साइनाइड बता दिया कि ये पोटेशियम साइनाइड है। एक शब्द नहीं निकल रहा है इनके मुंह से किसी के, ये लिस्ट जारी करने वालों के। या आप इस मंत्री को आप बॉयकॉट करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे? राहुल बाबा, जहां भी फॉरेन कंट्री में है जवाब दीजिए। ये आपने पत्रकारों को तो बॉयकॉट कर दिया, ये जो चंद्रशेखर जी हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि रामचरितमानस ये पोटेशियम साइनाइड है, ये जहर है, आप में हिम्मत है उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को और उसके इस नेता को बॉयकॉट कर सकते हैं क्या? सैफुद्दीन सोज जो बोल रहा है आतंकवादियों के मन के अंदर क्या चल रहा है उसे हमें पढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। इस सैफुद्दीन सोज को राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी बॉयकॉट करने की हिम्मत रखते हैं क्या? हिम्मत है तो दिखाइए। जो पत्रकार G20 और भारत के लिए ठीक बोल दे उसको बॉयकॉट करना है, और जो भारतवर्ष के लिए खराब बोले उसके साथ खड़ा। अरे ये लोग तो ओसामा जी के साथ खराब हो गया, ओसामा जी को पानी में ढकेल दिया, उसको लेकर दिग्विजय सिंह 3 दिन नहीं सोए थे। आतंकवादी वो बाटला हाउस में मर गए थे 3, उसमें सोनिया गांधी जी रो रो के बेहाल हो गई थी। इनका हाल तो ये है, आतंकवादियों के साथ खड़ा होना है, उनको बॉयकॉट नहीं करना है। बाटला हाउस वाले आतंकवादियों को देख करके सोनिया गांधी उनके डेड बॉडीज को रो दी थी, वो सो नहीं पाई थी। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, उन्हीं के नेता सलमान खुर्शीद ने कहा था कि सोनिया गांधी कुड नॉट स्लीप फॉर 3 नाइट्स बिकॉज 3 बेचारे आतंकवादी मारे गए थे। उनको बॉयकॉट करने की इनमें हिम्मत नहीं है। बॉयकॉट करना किसको है? जो न्यूज में हिंदुस्तान के विषय में सही खबर दिखाता है उसको बॉयकॉट करना है। बॉयकॉट आप करिए, देश की जनता जब आपको बॉयकॉट करेगी तब आपको समझ में आएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछिए। तो जहर तो भरा ही हुआ है उनके अंदर। ये जितने भी इंडी अलायंस वाले हैं इन सबके अंदर हिंदू धर्म के लिए जो जहर भरा हुआ है उनके हर वाक्य में ये विषय दिख रहा है। वरना आप सोचिए, कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म डेंगू है? कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म मलेरिया है? कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म एड्स है? ऐसे शब्दों का तो प्रयोग ये रोज रोज कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि रामचरितमानस पोटेशियम साइनाइड है। अरे करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था है, राम नाम सत्य है कह के हम सब इस धाम से परलोक जाते हैं। उस राम के नाम को जहर बताना, इतनी हिम्मत जो लोग रखते हैं वो इस देश के ही मूल आस्था पर सवाल करते हैं, उस पर चोट करते हैं। इसमें तो कोई दोमत ही नहीं है। उनका पूरा जनता बॉयकॉट करेगी, आप देखिएगा। पूरा लिस्ट, उनका लिस्ट भी नहीं निकल सकता, इतना बड़ा है। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के बारे में तो सवाल पूछिए ही मत। ये आम आदमी पार्टी वो पार्टी है, ये तो अभी 14 की लिस्ट निकली है, उन्होंने तो 24 की लिस्ट निकाली थी बॉयकॉट करने की। लालू प्रसाद यादव उसमें नंबर 1 थे कि सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्ट ये लालू प्रसाद यादव। नंबर 2 पे फिर वो जितने जिसके साथ अभी सब गलबैयां कर रहे हैं ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, वो सबसे नंबर 1 भ्रष्ट पे थे। और अब सबके साथ बैठकर बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी खराब है। आप सोचिए उस आम आदमी पार्टी पे, ये सारे पार्टी को देखिए। मतलब ये मुझे तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है ये इंडिया अलायंस क्या कर रहे हैं। ये पहले आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, ममता बनर्जी अधीर रंजन चौधरी को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, अधीर रंजन चौधरी ममता बनर्जी को बॉयकॉट कर रहे थे। वहां पर पंजाब में आम आदमी पार्टी बोल रही थी हम कांग्रेस को घुसने नहीं देंगे। यहां पर नीतीश कुमार और आरजेडी में 36 का आंकड़ा चल रहा था, ये एक दूसरे को बॉयकॉट कर रहे थे। आज ये सब एक होकर बोल रहे हैं पत्रकार को बॉयकॉट कर रहे हैं। कोई जमीर ही नहीं है इनका, ये क्या करते रहते हैं। ये सबको बॉयकॉट करके अपने लिए सत्ता का शॉर्टकट ढूंढ रहे हैं। धन्यवाद मित्रों।
All right, that was a scathing attack by BJP's Shamit Patra, who was calling out, of course, the NDA alliance over the boycott list of journalists and saying that is it the boycott list or a hit list released by the Congress party that the NDA alliance members are not ready to take up the questions. And of course, the BJP is now questioning the silence of the Award Wapsi gang over this this ban on 14 news anchors. We will continue our coverage on the other side. Stepping to a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the brave hearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज उकड़नाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं है।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will
Hello and a very warm welcome. Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It is the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic today. It will witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country live on one stage. Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, will be the chief guest at the event that marks birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. Do not miss the special broadcast on Republic TV today at 4:30 p.m. Time for all the top story making headlines.
बड़ा बड़ा प्रचार करते हैं दुनिया भर में जाके भारत के संविधान को बचाने की और लोकतंत्र को बचाने की, इनके मुंह में दही जम गया है।
Team I.N.D.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे?
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. The BJP hits out. Days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by the SIT. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tributes to brave hearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But the crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters day 3. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak who was killed in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district are now underway. 4 security forces personnel, Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles, Major Dhonchak, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, and a soldier were killed in the encounter with terrorists in forests of Kokanag in Anantnag district on Wednesday. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and a fresh encounter is currently underway in Anantnag. You can see those visuals on your screen, visuals from the encounter site, of course, visuals from earlier today. To the left of your screens, the operation has only intensified, and our forces are of course fighting to avenge the sacrifice and of course protect the nation. And to the right of your screens is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, his 6-year-old son donning the army uniform and saluting alongside his daughter, also saluting his father, her father, paying tribute to her father who laid his life for the country. And that is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. My colleague Amandeep is joining us live on the broadcast from Mohali. Colonel Manpreet Singh's final rites are underway. Amandeep, over to you. Tell us, it's of course a heart-wrenching scene what we are getting from Mohali this morning. Ever since we've cut across live, his 2 young children paying tribute to the Braveheart father.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The entire nation is paying tribute, and in fact, this large number of people has been here at the residence of Martyrs, Hina Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. You can see that several in olive blue, that in uniform, and in fact, several are veterans and family members, relatives, close, nears and dears. They all have gathered here to pay the last tribute to Martyrs, Hina Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has let down his life in the line of duty for this nation. And even you can see the visuals as well. The family is drowned into the emotions, and in fact 6-year-old son is saluting his father wrapped in the tricolor, and in fact he was wearing uniform. The 3-generation officer is indicating that next generation is all prepared to join the Indian Army to serve the nation as well. So this is the spirit and the emotion that is coming out from this environment, just because the entire situation is being saluting martyrs, these brave hearts who has contributed their life while serving this nation. See the visuals. This is just outside the residence of Colonel Manpreet Singh, and in fact in a few minutes from now the last journey will start from his residence to the cremation ground where the last rites will be performed in a full military honor and with the gun salute also. See the Sena Medal 2021 and 2005, he has been commissioned in the Indian Army and in fact leading certain operations. And Colonel Manpreet Singh was leading the
rifles and in fact carrying out certain operations remaining on the front line. And this has happened the day before yesterday also. And we see the visuals of all the officers, serving officers, veterans, batchmates, colleagues, schoolmates, teachers. They all have gathered here to pay the tribute because the wreck of Manpreet Singh was not able to match anybody else. And from very first day, he wanted to join. He wanted to join the Indian Army, and some of the
All right, there seems to be a problem with that connection as far as Amandeep's audio is concerned. We'll try and reconnect there as he gets us the atmosphere, of course, the visuals, emotional scenes coming in from the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh in Mohali. We also have my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us from the encounter site on the broadcast for more updates as it's their third day. Zeenat, if you can hear me, tell us the details that you can share with us, keeping in mind, of course, the security issues. It's the third day. The gun battle continues in Kokarnak. It's a very difficult terrain, and of course there have been drones deployed, and the operation is only intensifying. Tell us more details, please, Zeenat.
See, we are reporting from the Gadol, Anantnag, which is around 110 kilometers from the Srinagar city, and this is almost the forest belt where the encounter is on. At one patch of the hillock, the terrorists have been encircled by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, and it has already entered the third day of its operation. But as of now, no success to the security forces who are the part of this operation. As far as the casualty of forces goes, toll is likely to go up as per the sources. Till now, they have lost 3 officers, 2 from Army and 1 from J&K police. We are only seeing the more and more machinery being brought in to deal with the challenges of this operation. The command vehicle of J&K police have also been brought in, a kind of vehicle which is fitted with the modern technology, with the modern equipment, and also has the medical emergency facilities. And simultaneously, the rocket launchers and other important devices have been brought in to deal with the challenges. Overall, we are seeing the entire Kokarnak area has been put on radar by the Army as well as Jammu and Kashmir police, although the civilian movement has not been stopped, which is a good for the people who live in around the vicinity. But as far as the terrorists are concerned, as per J&K police, the 2 are there. One is local, the another is the foreign terrorists. They have the hideout there, and the J&K police with the Army is trying the best to burst the hideout and also to neutralize the terrorists who carried the deadly attack against the forces when they were doing the recce of this area, and they were the part of the catch. So they were moving towards the hill. That happened on Wednesday, and today it is Friday. But as of now, no terrorist body or the injury of the terrorists have been reported or had come to the media as of now.
Right, Zeenat, of course, it's a very serious operation that is going on, and the fact that it has gone on for 3 days continuously, it speaks volumes about how difficult this gun battle is, the terrain is. Tell us more about what do we expect, because it's a long-run gun battle now, and we expect that this operation, can we expect that this operation will be concluded by today?
See, it is difficult to say whether the operation will be concluded or not, because everything depends when the terrorists will be neutralized, because there has been a loud and clear message from the J&K police and the Army that they will not spare the ones who carried the deadly attack. So we need to wait and watch how this entire operation will pan out. As of now, it has entered the Terrorists, as per the sources, those who are the part of this operation say that they are still alive. They could not manage to kill any of them, and they are trying the best to neutralize and also to burst the hideout in which they are presently in, with huge number of arms and ammunition. So as far as the other details we see for the last 3 days, what actually happened in these 3 days. First day on Wednesday, on 12:30 around, the first exchange happened on the hillock here in Gadol area between the 19 RR SOG Anantnag and the hiding terrorists. 3 casualties, and then the body of the DYSP Himayu Bhatt was brought down somewhere around 6:10 p.m. due to the blood loss, and also it took long for the forces to evacuate. At the DYSP, he lost his life. In the evening, the scenes were witnessed from the DPL where LG Manoj Sinha paid the floral tributes along with the officers and his cabinet. Similarly, then the focus was shifted to DYSP Himayu's residence in Srinagar, where the last rites were taken, were held, and the members of the family and friends and the colleagues participated. If we talk about yesterday the entire day we witnessed that the exchange of fire was there, the explosives, the gunshots were heard, but there was no good news for the security forces. In the evening, LG Manoj Sinha, with Chief Secretary of the Jammu and Kashmir and his entire team, also went to Badami Bagh, which is the army headquarters, where the wreath-laying ceremony was done for Colonel Manpreet Singh and also Major Ashish. From there, the bodies were sent in a special aircraft to their native places in the morning. The visuals we have seen from the Mohali and other place where the full state honor was given to the fallen soldier. Coming back to the Kashmir Valley, and that too in the Anantnag district of South Kashmir, where the encounter is on. We are seeing the troops movement on. We are seeing the command vehicle. We are seeing the rocket launchers being brought in, and the another modern equipment. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones have been put into service for the aerial surveillance. So a lot of things are being done, and intelligence is every day being gathered. More and more inputs are coming to the Kashmir police as well as the army. Not only the operation is specific to these groups also, but we are seeing the military intelligence, we are seeing the CID network, we are seeing the CIK, all the agencies who are, or the RAW, those who are stationed in the Kashmir Valley or in Jammu, they all have been chipped in so that to see the terrorists are neutralized in less time now, because it has already entered the 3 day, it is the 3rd day of the operation. Needs to be seen how things will pan out, because we are picking from the sources that the casualty from the army side is likely to go up. We are expecting from the sources that there might be a wreath-laying ceremony in the evening, but we need to wait and watch when the army will confirm about any further casualty. As of now, the encounter is on, and for some time from now, also the lull has been witnessed in the entire area where the operation is going on.
Right, Zenith, of course, as you were pointing out, and a major update that we expect that the casualties might go up. But at the same time, we are getting, as we speak, we're getting live visuals from Colonel Manpreet Singh's home in Mohali. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet Singh. To the right of his screen's viewers, you can see the final journey, the last salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh. There was a floral tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh at his home, his loved ones surrounding him there. And now it's a time for final salute to Colonel Manpreet Singh. And Colonel Shailendra Singh, a defence expert, is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Colonel Singh, we're getting, of course, 2 visuals, you know. On one hand, you have the encounter going on, a fierce gun battle that is going on for 3 days now. And our reporter from our bureau chief from Srinagar, Raziat, was telling us that we expect that the casualties might just go up. And on the other hand, we have some really emotional and heart-wrenching scenes coming in from Colonel Manpreet Singh's residence, where her family is a mother and wife, crying inconsolably. At the same time, we have young children who are saluting their father. It's really a time that is really, these visuals are really moving, Colonel Singh. These are really something that speaks volumes, but only the relatives can feel what they are going through right now. At the same time, when we see the young kids, saluting their father and, donning the uniform, it only shows that at the same time, in times of grief, they're also filled with a lot of pride. And so are the people from the village, from the hometown.
If you can allow me, I would like to set the records right for the country, because probably everybody gets the wrong impression. You people are under the impression that the colonel and the major were air flown, their mortal remains were air flown. No, It is even Rifleman Ravi, his mortal remains were also flown out of valley. We always do it irrespective of the rank. The respect given to the mortal remains of a colonel or a rifleman is exactly same. There is no change because we know tomorrow we might be there. Another point I want to clear is Garol, whether there is a good news or not. I think for a soldier, this is the best news that if I am firing at somebody and somebody is firing back, then I know he's there. This is a good news for us. That means he is right now trapped. We have been able to cordon off that area. We will have him. Now he cannot go anywhere. You talking about somebody said, when will the operation end? I really wish in Delhi you could have imagined when the operations will end. It's very sad. We are quite away from the reality. If you go to Garol, where is Garol, by the way? Where is Verinag? Where is Kukarnag? How far is the distance from Kukarnag to Garol? I have been at Garol, that's why I'm asking you. It's more than 30 kilometers. That whole hill feature, well, I can put it something like this. It would be at least 2 kilometers by 30 kilometers. Imagine that 2 kilometers is the frontage of that hill feature. How do you reach Garol? You can only walk. There's not a highway. Even up to Kukarnag and Verinag, there's not a highway. It's a very narrow track. Things will take time. It doesn't happen the way we feel here. That yes, when will the operation end? I think operation must end well. And the well amounts to only one thing. Whosoever has tried to come, he will not go back. That is guaranteed. And second, we will put an end to this for today, earliest possible. As far as the mortal remains and that child wearing a uniform is concerned, this is what we are. The army people are like that. When the child is wearing a uniform, he didn't wear it just like that. His mother had that feeling, that jazba, that yes, my son is the next in line. You will see. This is how we all army families are. The ladies are every day prepared to receive that odd news, which nobody wants. But that news does come once in a while. When that lady, the boy is saluting, they are not saluting only their father and the husband. They are saluting the country. They are saluting the army. And they are conveying you a message very loud and clear that this is what is army all about. That even our families will salute that yes, it's a most unfortunate thing that my father is not there. But I salute my father's sacrifice for the country. I think this is phenomenal. The listeners may listen. You can't feel the way we feel.
Right, of course, Colonel Charan Singh, as you were saying, that this is something that only the army, the kin, the loved ones will only understand, and we are only here to witness and, of course, salute, offer our salute and tributes here as we see those emotional scenes coming in from Colonel Manpreet Singh's funeral. Also, tell us, Colonel Charan Singh, of course, how we see this when we see the entire village, entire hometown, coming together, chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai, chanting Amar Rahe slogans, and also holding the tricolor high, in such times. With, of course, it's full of grief, and also at the same time we are, full of pain, and also, as you were pointing out, full of pride as well. And this comes as an inspiration as our forces continue to fight across the borders.
You see, you are calling about that whatever are the family members and the other citizens who are coming there to his house at Panchkula. Outstanding feeling by the citizens of the country. But just imagine all those people who are still there at Garol in that cordon and search. Don't you think their families knows where they are? What is their condition? And we come out with a news that more casualties are likely to take place. Just imagine unki dilon ki dhadkan kahan se kahan hogi. I'm very clear about it that the countrymen will always respect army. I'm with you. Outstanding feature of our public is that. I want to know who else is feeling bad about it. Is Mufti Sayyid feeling bad? Is Omar Abdullah feeling bad? Is I ... all those dots are feeling bad? And if they are feeling bad, which they should for the country, why not even a word from anybody? Why, Farooq Abdullah has to only say that destroyed. Oh my God. Indian army never gets destroyed, or they destroy. They destroy only one thing, the evil, the terrorism in our country. You see, on one side, the public is what the public is. And unka jazba kabile tareef hai. What about my other friends? Are they not Indians? Is this army not belonging to Farooq? It's a point to be thought about. When we are with the army, a person who has given up his life, usne shahadat hasil kari hai, by choice. It is not by anything else. Why can't we all be together, irrespective of our differences? And is this a point to political discussions or to politicize it? Wrong or right, I don't know. Politicians, you decide. But at least to my fallen comrade, you can be little more compassionate. You can be little more humane. That yes, you first give that salute to that brave heart, and then you do politics after another month is your choice.
The politicians, of course, as some of them you mentioned from the valley, are batting for talks with Pakistan, even as we see that our Jawans, our brave hearts continue to lose their lives, sacrifice their lives, and what we see is the family crying inconsolably, of course. That continues, as very rightly you pointed out. The politics, unfortunately, is also going on the other side, as we see emotional scenes coming out, and also the encounter has also not concluded, but we still see some leaders calling for engagement with Pakistan when our forces are engaged in a gun battle.
Oh yes, we must engage Pakistan. What Farooq said is right. We must talk. Talk is the only solution, because this is not an era of war. But Pakistan is never at war. Pakistan is always at terrorism. We are not doing a war with them. And as far as talks are concerned, yes, I'll say it very responsibly. I fully agree talks is the solution. We have tried it for 70 years, 75 years. Now for last 7-10 years, we are doing a different kind of talk in a language which Pakistan understands. Any and every terrorist coming from there, he very clearly knows it's a one-way ticket to India. You will not go back. He knows it. And that is why there is a decline. If there is a 90 to 95% decline in overall incidents, is it good, bad, ugly? I'll leave it to public to understand. But at the same time, I have got a responsibility to tell you, and you all should be responsible. What is this baat karo, baat karo, baat karo? Kisse baat karoge? Will you speak with Imran? Will you speak with Nawaz Sharif, Shahbaz Sharif, the army chief? Whom do you speak to? And what will you speak to? We have now started speaking a language which is little more different and understandable to Pakistanis in Urdu. And what is that? We start doing Kargil. We'll throw you out as not the only solution. We'll kill you there. We will do Balakot. Do what you like. We will do Punch. Let me see what you can do. You see, we are in an engagement with Pakistan in a different way. And I'm asking you now, if somebody is talking, the person who says ke baat karo, oh yes, baat karte hai na. Let the Pakistan, ISI, Prime Minister, Army, speak to Hafiz, speak to Masood. Let them speak. Are they prepared to sacrifice these two characters for their country, or are these two characters prepared to do a sacrifice for their country? That yes, we will surrender. We will surrender not to India. We will surrender to the United Nations, who is wanting to declare them. And we got a beautiful friend called as China, the big permanent five, who says no, they cannot be declared XYZ. Why? What are we talking about that talk? I fail to understand what is talk. Talk is of the action or only a lip service. This opposition, oblique any political entity, is talking about lip service to the top. हम बात कर रहे हैं. You want to hear that? We are also doing that. The Indian Army is doing a talk in a different way. The government has started accepting it as a good talk because this talk has brought back the complete J&K and especially Srinagar back on track with us. Otherwise, you would have not had that G20 incidents free. You would have not had that development which is going on and on. More than 50,000 crore rupees have been spent on infrastructure development. This is the talk. And this is the talk we are doing locally. Coming back to Pakistan talk, I've already told you. That is the best way to start a talk from a position of strength. That, okay, fine, you are wanting your strength as terrorism, so let us fight it out that way. Can I do it like this? कि प्लीज जरा टेररिज्म में कुछ कमी करिए, खत्म मत करिए, कमी करिए. Is that the way somebody is asking us? I think we are on the right line. We will not leave you. We will not let you go back. And if required, the way you are already going down economically, we will allow you to slide down further. We will not assist you. We will not do trade with you. We will not do any kind of talks of lip service. Because every time we find, even Vajpayee went by bus and Kargil happens. Is that the way of talk? Is that the way of talk of Pakistan? ये जो talk है ना, I understand this talk diplomatically well. I am also a student of international relations. In that it is spoken very well. China said that G20 mein they will not come, but they sent their prime minister. This is the way they talk. Because they dare not. They didn't have the guts to boycott it. Because they would have got identified separate. Why? Because it was supposed to be one world. They were not part of the world. One family. They consider themselves away from any family. One future they can't see because they see only one future, that is they will take over the world. The complete real estate. So let's not get carried away with this point regarding talks with Pakistan. Please understand, we are in very deep and businessful talk, and we mean business very clearly in our talk, which is going on right now. This is the only way that we will. I'm only going to suggest one step further. You want more talks? Now we will start going across to destroy that place from where you are coming. That is the only talk left out. And if Pakistan is going to force us, this attack which has happened last 3 days is what for? It is out of sheer absolute embarrassment to Pakistan that they found India hosting a G20 so well. And they could do nothing about it. They could not stop it. They could not do anything. And it went so successfully. It's an example in the world that you come out with a declaration which is undisputed with total consensus. This is why they wanted this to be diverted. And otherwise also Pakistan will give what? Will they show that their governments are going down? Will they show their economy is going down? Will they talk about it the way army is dominating? The way ISI is dominating terrorism in the world? Is this? So how do you get away? You get discredit. On one side, the Indian government has been able to host successfully a particular event of world stature. Each and everybody appreciating. So what do you do now? Oh my God, dekh lijiye Srinagar mein kya ho raha hai. That is what they are wanting. But overall, is it happening every day? Are you able to succeed in that? How come you have stopped sending people? Because you know now your terrorist is not ready to cross that border or cross that fencing for only one reason, because he knows that he's not going back. That is why there is a change even in the Pakistan terrorism. Now, what have you done in this particular case? You have brought in some foreign mercenaries, foreign terrorists. That's it. Because that chap doesn't know anything. This used to happen in 90s when the foreign mercenaries were considered to be the ultimate, and we had huge losses also. But then we overcame that because they also became sensible that, oh my God, this is not a highway to go and come. It's a one-way traffic. You can only come. So overall, let us not get carried away with this false propaganda of talk. We must talk, but we must talk business. When that business intention is visible from Pakistan, we will talk. Let them denounce once that we denounce the terrorism and the terrorist act happening in India. Can they say that? They will not be able to. They claim they are not even able to say what they are suffering through the TTP in the Afghan border. There's so much of land which has gone from them that has been occupied by the Afghan Taliban. So how do they survive in a time when they have got their elections in November? So straight away, easiest way, start focusing, highlighting India, and in India, they have got nothing else because economy की वो तारीफ कर नहीं पाएगा. जो डेवलपमेंट है उसके लिए वो क्या बोलेगा, मेक इन इंडिया के लिए उसको क्या बताना है.
Right, sir.
Talk, but we must have a talk which means business. We must have talk which is suiting the environment, and that environment needs to be created by Pakistan. And if there is a colonel and a major and a rifleman and a deputy SP has to fall, well, let me tell you, the day you run short, please call us. We, the ex-servicemen, the veterans will come and do this job for you. We got no dearth of people doing it. Yes, there will be sufferings, but then that is what is my blood. I'm supposed to suffer. There's no problem, but I'll suffer for my country. I'll not suffer for any politician or for that matter, Pakistan, because just we want to have talk. An irrelevant, useless, meaningless talk. Not worth it. Please don't play with my blood for this.
Absolutely, of course. Forces have vowed to avenge our brave hearts, sir. And of course, thank you so much, Colonel Sharen Singh, for joining us with your thoughts and those insights that you shared with your experience as the country is paying their final salutes to our brave hearts, our fallen heroes. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet Singh. You can see visuals on your screens right now, viewers. It's the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Live visuals coming in from his hometown, Mohali, in Punjab. And his young son, you can see there, Kabir Singh, 6-year-old son, in the army uniform there, who has just paid last tribute to his father. He has lost his father at a very young age. His wife, his sister, of course, crying very inconsolably, and only they can feel that pain, that loss that they have suffered right now as Colonel Manpreet Singh laid down his life serving the country, protecting the country. A Rakhi was placed on his coffin by his sister, his son paying tribute to him, saluting him, his daughter paying tribute to him, saluting him, and it's only they who know how it really feels. Salutes for and tributes pouring in. You can see those floral tributes as the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh is set to take place. On the other hand, of course, the gun battle is underway in Anantnag. It's day 3 of the encounter, but 3 of our brave hearts have sacrificed their lives in this operation. Colonel Manpreet Singh is one of them. And visuals from the encounter site to the left of your screens, and right to the right, you can see that that photograph or the poster of Colonel Manpreet Singh in his hometown. It's held high with pride, and of course the tricolour also. You can see some people holding the tricolour in their hand, and they are proud at the same time, mourning the loss of our brave heart. At the same time, they are proud of our Jawans, Colonel Manpreet Singh.
पीछे।
अपने बंदे हैं ये ऊपर, ऊपर ऊपर नहीं जा पाएंगे। चल जाते हैं, चल जा ऊपर। कहाँ जा, ये रास्ता ही ऊपर, कहाँ से? जल्दी 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 जल्दी, थोड़ा पीछे कुछ नहीं।
Right, there's a gun salute that will take place in the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. It's a last salute to the fallen hero, Colonel Manpreet Singh, to be cremated. And you can see, and my colleague Amandeep continues to get us all the live details from Mohali. Amandeep, over to you, the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. And we are seeing army officers and jawans there preparing for the cremation and the gun salute.
देश के लिए कुर्बानी जो है वो कभी भी व्यर्थ नहीं जाती। मनप्रीत सिंह तो तीसरी जनरेशन के ऑफिसर थे। उनके दादाजी सीता सिंह वो भी इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं, पिता लखबीर सिंह वो भी इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं, और उन्हीं को देखते हुए जो है शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह भी इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन किए थे। हालांकि कॉमर्स से ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन सकते थे। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का प्री का पेपर भी क्लियर था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने वहां से छोड़ दिया। फिर NDA क्लियर किया और एज ए लेफ्टिनेंट कमीशन हुए 2005 में, और 2021 में लगातार 21 तक लगातार जगह जगह पे पोस्टिंग और जगह जगह पे पोस्टिंग, एंड देन ही हैज़ बीन डेकोरेटेड बाय सेना मेडल इन 2021 व्हेन ही वाज सर्विंग एज अ लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल इन 19 RR। और इसी तरह से उनको कर्नल कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया 19 RR का, जो कि अनंतनाग में पोस्टेड है। और वहाँ से हर समय जब वो लेफ्टिनेंट थे तब भी वो ऑपरेशन आगे से लीड करते थे, जब वो मेजर थे कैप्टन थे तब भी, मेजर थे तब भी, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल थे तब भी। और इसी वजह से क्योंकि उनने बहुत से ऑपरेशन ऐसे किए वैली में, सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा समा उन्होंने अपनी सर्विस का 17 साल की सर्विस का सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा समा उन्होंने वैली में ही गुजारा। ये जो ऑपरेशन है आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ वो ऑपरेशंस में ही गुजारा, और इसीलिए उनको जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया 19 राष्ट्र राइफल्स का। अंतिम यात्रा कुछ ही समय में शुरू होने वाली है। अंतिम दर्शन जो है वो घर पे परिवार के लोग और रिश्तेदार और बाकी सब लोग जो हैं वो अंतिम दर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि पार्थिव शरीर अभी घर में है। कुछ ही समय में अंतिम यात्रा शुरू होगी और अंतिम यात्रा जो है वो क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड तक आएगी। यहाँ पे श्रद्धांजलि दी जाएगी, यहाँ पे गन सैल्यूट होगा, यहाँ पे फुल आर्मी ऑनर होगा, और उसके बाद उनका जो अंतिम संस्कार है वो पूरे आर्मी ऑनर के साथ किया जाएगा, फुल मिलिट्री ऑनर के साथ किया जाएगा। शहादत के बाद जो है परिवार बहुत गम में है। छोटा बेटा 6 साल का बेटा अब आज अपने पिता का पार्थिव शरीर को जब उसने घर में रिसीव किया तो सैल्यूट किया, कोई रोया नहीं, वो सैल्यूट किया। वो इंडियन आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म में था। ये बताता है कि 3 जनरेशन इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुकी हैं और चौथी जनरेशन अभी भी तैयार है कि वो किस तरह से इंडियन आर्मी की तरफ इंक्लाइंड है। ये कहानियाँ थी जो सीता सिंह ने लखबीर सिंह को सुनाई, जो कि पिता थे कर्नल मनप्रीत के, और जो कि लखबीर सिंह पिता ने अपने बेटे मनप्रीत को सुनाई, और मनप्रीत ने आगे अपने बेटे जो है कबीर को सुनाई जाएंगी। ये कहानियाँ जो है इसी तरह से आगे की आगे जनरेशन टू जनरेशन बढ़ती जाएंगी। ये अंतिम यात्रा जो है वो शुरू हो चुकी है शहीद सेना मेडल कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह की। उनके घर से कुछ ही दूरी के क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड में देखिए तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ अंतिम यात्रा शुरू हो चुकी है। अंतिम दर्शन जो हैं वो पूरे हो चुके हैं। परिवार एक डीप शॉक में है, आंखें नमी हुई हैं परिवार की। सब लोग यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। सारे लोग जो हैं इस शहादत को ट्रिब्यूट देना चाहते हैं, इस शहीद के परिवार को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हर तरीके से। और ये तस्वीर जो सामने नज़र आ रही है ये क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड की है, और एक तस्वीर जो है वो जो है अंतिम यात्रा की है, जो लास्ट जर्नी है। देखिए लोग नारे लगा रहे हैं कि मनप्रीत सिंह अमर रहे। हालांकि जो शहादत हो चुकी है, शरीर साथ छोड़ चुका है, लेकिन जो उसकी मनप्रीत सिंह की कहानियां हैं, जो उसका जज्बा है, जो शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह का जज्बा है, वो अभी भी जिंदा है लोगों में। ये तस्वीर देखिए, 4 सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन जो है वो उनको गार्ड करते हुए यहाँ लेके आ रही है। उनके पार्थिव शरीर जो है वो अब क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड तक पहुँच गया है। फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ उनको क्रीमेट किया जाएगा और तस्वीरें बिल्कुल साफ है। लोगों का जज्बा, लोगों का गम, लोगों का एग्रेशन, लोगों का गुस्सा, एक मिक्स इमोशन है इस समय यहाँ पे, क्योंकि परिवार जो है वो बिल्कुल अपने एक पारिवारिक मेंबर को खोने के बाद आंखें नमी हुई हैं। जो लोग हैं वो उन परिवार को हौसला दे रहे हैं कि उनका बेटा एक सिर्फ परिवार का नहीं है, सारे देश का था। ये तस्वीर देखिए कि अब जो है जो लास्ट राइट्स परफॉर्म करने के लिए लास्ट जर्नी यहाँ पे जो कंप्लीट हो रही है, तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं कि किस तरह से जो है वो यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं। जो पार्थिव शरीर है फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ 4 सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन को यहाँ पे लगाया गया है सैल्यूट देने के लिए, क्योंकि जो है 12 से सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में जो एज ए कमीशन्ड हुए थे ऑफिसर। ये देखिए बेटे की तस्वीर देखिए, बेटा अब भी जो है यूनिफॉर्म में है, क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड पे पहुंचा है और उसको जो आर्मी के मेजर हैं उन्होंने उनके साथ पहुंचा है 2 यूनिफॉर्म में। ये तस्वीर बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर है कि पिता का क्रीमेशन बेटा यूनिफॉर्म में करेगा। पिता यूनिफॉर्म में गए थे और ट्राई कलर में तिरंगे में लिपट के वापस आए हैं। देश के लिए शहादत दी है, लेकिन बेटा उस कर्नल मनप्रीत की इस शहादत को यूनिफॉर्म में सैल्यूट कर रहा है। ये तस्वीर बहुत ज़्यादा ज़बरदस्त है। चारों तरफ यूनिफॉर्म है, सब आर्मी के सोल्जर्स ऑफिसर्स हैं यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, लेकिन छोटा 6 साल का कबीर सिंह वो भी यूनिफॉर्म में आया है। इससे एक जज्बा नजर आता है परिवार का, इससे एक जज्बा नजर आता है इस जनरेशन का। ये देखिए जो अंतिम यात्रा है, अब अंतिम यात्रा यहाँ पे हो गई है। लोग अभी भी फूल बरसा रहे हैं, तिरंगा लहरा रहे हैं। लोगों के जो इमोशंस हैं वो बाहर आ रहे हैं। किस तरह से लगातार जो है आवाज़ें जो है दी जा रही हैं, स्लोगन्स लगाए जा रहे हैं, नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल मनप्रीत की, शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह के लिए कि वो अमर रहे, शहादत उनकी अमर रहे। इस तरह का जो माहौल बना हुआ है, चारों तरफ तस्वीर जो है वो एक दिखाने वाली है। ये इतिहास जो है मनप्रीत सिंह को याद रखेगा गोल्डन वर्ड्स में। किस तरह से मनप्रीत सिंह की जो अंतिम यात्रा है वो यहाँ तक पहुँच गई है। गांव भरौंजिया में जो है अंतिम संस्कार होगा, फुल मिलिट्री ऑनर के साथ होगा, गन सैल्यूट दिया जाएगा। छोटा बेटा 6 साल का कबीर सिंह यूनिफॉर्म में जो है वो देगा। अभी श्रद्धांजलि दी जाएगी। मनप्रीत सिंह का पार्थिव शरीर रखा गया है। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, जो कॉफिन है फूलों से सजा हुआ है, कॉफिन है जो फूलों से सजा हुआ है और ट्रिब्यूट के लिए जो है वो रखा गया है। ये तस्वीर बिल्कुल आपके सामने है कि किस तरह से जो है मनप्रीत सिंह परिवार के साथ साथ गांव वालों और आम लोगों से भी बहुत जुड़े। जैसे वो घर पे आते थे तो लोगों से मिलते थे, जुलते थे और उन्हीं से पता चलता था कि कुछ जो नौजवान हैं वो इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं और क्या रास्ता रहेगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने खुद एक बहुत आम परिवार से उठ के 2005 में कमीशन हुए थे एज ए लेफ्टिनेंट और उसके बाद से जो है वो लगातार एंटी टेररिस्ट ऑपरेशंस में लगातार रहे और उनके परिवार के लगभग 22 लोग जो हैं वो इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं और इनके 3 कज़न भाई जो हैं वो अभी भी सर्व कर रहे हैं डिफेंस में। एक इंडियन एयरफोर्स में है और 2 इंडियन आर्मी में अभी भी सर्व कर रहे हैं। एक जो है इंजीनियरिंग कोर और असम राइफल्स। तो परिवार इतना बड़ा था, परिवार के हर घर में, परिवार जो इनका घर है वो हर घर में एक आर्मी सोल्जर है ही है जो सर्व कर चुका है। सो ये जनरेशन की जनरेशन यानी कि ऑलिव ग्रीन इनकी ब्लड लाइन में है, ये यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है इनके लिए। और यही जनरेशन जो है वो लेगेसी जो है वो आगे बढ़ रही है। जिस तरह से बेटा कबीर सिंह, 6 साल का बेटा कबीर सिंह यूनिफॉर्म में आया है और पिता को सैल्यूट करता है, यूनिफॉर्म डाल के अपने पिता के पार्थिव शरीर को रिसीव करता है। इस तरह की तस्वीर जो है वो बहुत कम देखने को मिलती है। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि लोगों की आंखें नम हैं, क्योंकि आज एक परिवार ने एक बेटा खोया है, एक बच्चों ने अपने जो जा रहा है। हालांकि ओवर टू स्टूडियो।
Mandeep, you're getting us the latest, and of course, as you were pointing out, that as a family, of course, the olive green is running in their blood, and his son, that are really moving pictures, 6-year-old son, Kabir Singh, who is there. He was earlier when his coffin had reached, his mortal remains reached his house. He was saluting his father, giving a salute in the army uniform, and now he has reached the cremation ground in the very same uniform, and he is all set to bid farewell to his father. There will be military honours, as Amandeep was telling us. Gun salute for Colonel Amandeep Singh. There are Colonel Manpreet Amar Rahe chants as his mortal remains were taken to the cremation ground. This is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who lost his life, who sacrificed his life in the Anantnag encounter that has entered its day 3. These are the visuals from his hometown in Mohali, his village in Mohali of Punjab, and we got you the latest visuals from Haryana's Panipat earlier. Major Ashish Dhonchak was laid to rest, and now we have our forces, our final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, now survived by his wife and a daughter and a son who are very, very young, a 6-year-old son who is, of course, you can see that he was in uniform, and you can see the women from his family, his sisters, mother, wife, crying inconsolably, of course, at the loss of their dear one. And this is coming in from Baronjia village of Mohali. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet in a short while from now. 3 of our brave hearts sacrificed their lives in this encounter in Anantnag, which is still underway. As Amandeep was telling us, he's the 3rd generation in the army. And his saga of patriotism and heroism is something that will remain. As we can see, it's reflected by his son in uniform there. His father was in the army, served the army. Colonel Manpreet Singh himself, of course, was someone who always was a guiding light for everybody in the family. And whoever wanted to join the forces, of course, no compromise. He was offered a peace posting. He refused that and continued to command the 19 Rashtra Rifles, and he faced very, very bravely, valiantly a hail of bullets during this intense operation, this encounter in Kokarnag of Anantnag district. And right now we see that the family, of course, is mourning the loss. The entire nation is mourning the loss of this brave heart, but at the same time, the heart is filled with pride. And the coming generation, of course, is only inspired. As his son, you can see, is inspired by the sacrifice, by the valor, the bravery of his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh. Colonel Manpreet Amar Rahe chants are reverberating in his village in Mohali. Amandeep continues to be with us on the broadcast, getting us the live visuals and more details on his life, an inspiring life. And talking about the legacy, Amandeep, as you were telling us, that it's clearly reflected. And as we were talking to several of our defense experts also, having served the army, having served the forces, they know that there is no compromise. It's always nation first. There is no compromise. The family does go through which no else would understand. But what is important to them is that the country is protected, the nation is protected, nation always remains first, and that is the legacy that we are seeing is passed on to his 6-year-old son, who is right there at such a young age, bidding farewell to his father and offering the final salute in a uniform at the cremation ground. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, 3-generation officer, Martyr, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, and 4th generation is all set to get into the olive uniform as well. And the indication is quite clear, the way he has received the mortal remains of his father while wearing the Indian Army uniform, having flag on his chest and saluting his fathers in front of the coffin, which was wrapped in a tricolor. And in fact, he quite brave heart, son of a brave heart, that he was receiving this. And even now you can see the visuals. The cremation ground is entirely occupied by the villagers, relatives, family members, army officers, veterans as well. The former Chief of Army Staff, VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff, General Bikram Singh, they all are here and paying tribute to Martyr, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, as he has contributed his life in the line of his duty and towards the nation. And in fact, everybody saluting from the different parts of the country through social media, physically, the people who can approach, they are here physically, and in fact some of them are completely जो है उसको श्रद्धांजलि अलग अलग जो जरिए हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के, यानी सोशल मीडिया पे भी हो रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पे फॉर्मर चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ वीपी मलिक, जो फॉर्मर चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल बिक्रम सिंह, सब यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं जो श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, बहुत ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर है ये, फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ बहुत दुख में दूर से लोग आए हैं, जो जानते थे वो भी यहाँ परिवार का साथ देने के लिए पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि मनप्रीत वो एक रोल मॉडल बन चुके थे सोसाइटी के लिए। जिस तरह से उन्होंने 17 साल की सर्विस अपनी जो है इंडियन आर्मी में गुजारी और सबसे ज़्यादा समय उन्होंने वैली में गुजारा, इन ऑपरेशंस को करते हुए गुजारा, जिन ऑपरेशंस के चलते हुए उनको कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स का, 19 राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स का, और 2021 में उनको सेना मेडल से नवाजा गया। तो इस तरह की जर्नी थी 2005 से लेकर 2023 तक की, जो एक जज्बे के साथ थी और आखिरी दम तक जो है वो जज्बा जिंदा था, और जो जज्बा है वो अभी भी जिंदा है, अगली जनरेशन तक वो जज्बा मौजूद है। और वो से उनके 6 साल के बेटे कबीर सिंह ने यूनिफॉर्म, आर्मी यूनिफॉर्म पहन के सैल्यूट किया कॉफिन के। एक जो
सिर्फ इनके लिए यूनिफॉर्म लेना है, ये इनकी ब्लड लाइन जो
सीता सिंह जो दादा थे मनप्रीत के, उनकी कहानियां सुन के मनप्रीत के पिता लखबीर सिंह ने आर्मी ज्वाइन की। लखबीर सिंह की कहानियां सुन के बेटे मनप्रीत सिंह ने आर्मी ज्वाइन की, और मनप्रीत सिंह की कहानियां आगे कबीर सिंह को सुनाई जाएंगी, और आने वाले समय में बहुत ज़्यादा अप्रहेंशन है कि वो भी इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करेंगे। तो ये एक जनरेशन टू जनरेशन चल रहा है, जनरेशन टू जनरेशन। फैमिली इज ऑल प्रिपेयर्ड, यानी कि परिवार हमेशा इस चीज के लिए तैयार रहता था। आखिरी बात उन्होंने पत्नी के साथ की थी, जो ऑपरेशन जाने से पहले उन्होंने कहा था कि कोकरनाग में ऑपरेशन में जाने वाले हैं। कोई परिवार के लिए कुछ नई बात नहीं थी। कर्नल मनप्रीत हमेशा जाते थे और हमेशा आगे से लीड करते थे। देखिए सैल्यूट जो है वो दिया जा रहा है, आर्मी ऑफिसर्स की तरफ से सैल्यूट दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जो क्रिमेशन है वो फुल आर्मी ऑनर में होगा। परिवार में माँ, बहन, पत्नी और दोनों बच्चे, 2-2.5 साल की बेटी और 6 साल का बेटा, जो बेटे का अगले ही महीने जन्मदिन था, और परिवार ने बहुत प्लानिंग की हुई थी कि बेटे का जन्मदिन मनाया जाएगा अक्टूबर में, और कर्नल मनप्रीत ने भी छुट्टी लेने का फैसला किया था। लेकिन जो है बेटे का जन्मदिन की तैयारियां इसी तरह रह गई। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, परिवार एक तरफ बैठा हुआ है और दूसरी तरफ जो है वो आर्मी ऑफिसर्स की तरफ से जो सैल्यूट दिया जा रहा है। ये एक बहुत इमोशनल, बहुत एक पिक्चर्स हैं जो पूरी तरह से कर रही हैं हर इंसान को जहां यहाँ पे मौजूद है, क्योंकि परिवार के लोग, रिश्तेदार यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो दूर दूर से चल के आए हैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ इन शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। उनकी पुराने 19 RR में सर्व कर चुके हैं, रिटायर्ड आर्मी ऑफिसर्स। देखिए ये रोलिंग कवरेज है जो हम लगातार आपको रिपब्लिक भारत और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पे दिखा रहे हैं।
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है।
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की। इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो। इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो।
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे।
Thank you for staying with Republic. We continue to stay with these very heart-wrenching pictures that are coming in as the nation bids its farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, our brave hearts who were martyred in the Anantnag encounter and how bravely they fought as the terrorists who unfortunately cornered them as the column came under heavy fire from those terrorists who were hiding in the rugged terrain of the forest. Difficult time for the family who are yet to come to terms with the reality, as we understand that Major Ashish Dhonchak is survived by his wife and his child, and there you see how so many people have gathered to bid the final goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. Amandeep, who continues to stay with us from Mohali, as we stay with these pictures. Amandeep, as the army is continuing with a counter operation, but fact is that we have lost our men, and while they fought bravely, the army doing everything possible to ensure that their killing is avenged.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. And the more brave are the families who were handling this situation. We salute to those families of these brave hearts who were handling this situation, who were sending their family members to fight against the terrorism, and in fact, who always remain on the front line. And in fact, Swesha, I tried my 100%, 110% to explain the situation and the emotions of the family through the words to our viewers. And it's quite visible that how the people are connected to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. And in fact, the family members are sitting on one side. Now the former Chief of Army Staff, General Bikram Singh, has paid tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh, and former Chief of Army Staff, General VP Malik, he's also here paying tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh. And you can see all the villages, family members, people who were not very much connected in a routine with Colonel Manpreet Singh. They are also here to pay tribute. This is how this is what the hero of our nations deserve. And in fact, the entire
Colonel Manpreet Singh, and even those who cannot here, who cannot visit here, they are paying tribute to the social
here they are
to the family members, and in fact several other ways also. This is how the nation is connected to their heroes, just because they are guarding the nation from the front lines, and the nation is providing them all kind of support and back through these kind of sentiments and emotions. 6-year-old son saluted his father, receiving the mortal remains in a coffin wrapped in a tricolor and in the uniform of Indian Army, indicating that next generation is all prepared to deal with these consequences. Next generation is all prepared to fight these anti-national elements from the front line. This is the bloodline of the army officers. This is the bloodline of the army family. Because Manpreet was a 4th generation officer, and the next generation, Kabir, 6-year-old son Kabir, is all prepared to join Indian Army, and he indicated himself and proved visibly that he is inclined towards the Indian Army, the way Colonel Manpreet was inclined towards the Indian Army after getting for his father's service, the way his father was inclined towards the Indian Army from his father, Sita Singh. Service. So this is how the generation to generation is serving the nation in olive green uniform, and this uniform is not uniform. This color is not just of uniform. This is the blood color of this family, this army family. This is how they actually prepare their next generation to serve the nation. These are the brave hearts. These are the brave families of the brave hearts. Their entire nation is saluted, just coming in one line and solution to this nation, and Supreme
contribution.
We continue to stay with those pictures Colonel Manpreet Singh, who chose a life of service and sacrifice in the Indian Army. And he is now survived by his mother, his wife, and 2 young children, a 6-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl. He joined the army in 2003 after he completed his studies. He cleared the exam and he joined the Indian Army. And something that he learned and imbibed from his family, as he is the 22nd member of his extended family to embark on that journey, as he chose to serve the nation through hallowed ranks of the Indian Army. He became a decorated officer, earned the prestige of Sena Medal for his exceptional service. But not once had his family imagined that this is the news that they will receive after the Anantnag encounter. Remember, it's been 3 days that the encounter has been continuing through those very difficult circumstances, as it is a tough terrain that faces several challenges. Extensive search that was carried out after our brave hearts who were shot by terrorists, and it was heavy firing that came from the side where the terrorists were hiding. Although the search column did retaliate and engage, but in a fierce gunfight, Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Dhonchak, who suffered gunshot wounds and later died due to injuries. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was the commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifles unit, and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was the company commander of 19 RR. It was a joint operation that was being conducted by the army and the police. And as the mortal remains will be cremated in a short while from now, this is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh and his story of how he bravely fought in a bid to catch those terrorists. Remember the operation that is continuing in Kokernag forest for close to 3 days now, as the army has taken the resolve to avenge the killing of our brave hearts. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains had arrived at his Mohali residence, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered to bid farewell to this brave heart. Amandeep, who is back with us on the broadcast. Amandeep, very, very heart-wrenching to watch the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Never would have his family imagined that this is what they'd have to see. And while it is a very difficult time to come to terms with the loss that they faced, it is certainly the army continuing its operation to avenge the killing of our brave hearts.
Well, absolutely, Swesha, and they have encircled the entire area, the Kokernag area, and the search operation is still underway to find out and to gun down the terrorists who were involved into this entire encounter. And in fact, some of the officers, they keep on talking to each other. Several serving officers, Major, General, Colonel, Brigadier, they all are having the conversations with each other regarding the operation and in regarding the big contribution of Colonel as well as Major Ashish. And in fact, they are just talking about the stories and the operation that had been carried out by Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish in the valley as well, just because they are very much renowned and they are utilized several terrorists during the operations in the valleys. And in fact, there is a huge terror among the terrorists by names of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish, just because they are well known to lead the operations from the front line following neutralizing the putting out their hideouts and busting their modules. So these operations were very much normal, and every time they just inform their family members that they are going for the search operations in Kokharnag or Anantnag or Pir Panjal, and in fact several other locations also. And even the similar call has been received by the wife of Colonel Manpreet Singh just 3 days back, that he's going for the operation in Kokharnag. Again, it was a search operation, and obviously the family knows that Colonel Manpreet Singh, and wife in fact knows that Colonel is going to lead the operation from the front line, as he ever does. So this time when just news was just came down that the 3 officers has been shot down by the terrorist in Kokharnag area, and in fact still the family was very much hopeful. And even now Chief Minister of Punjab has also arrived to pay the tribute to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, and he is Chief Minister, Cabinet Minister Anmol Gaganman, he paying tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh. Earlier also there several officers are here. They are saluting the service that was in a short service of 17 years. Colonel Manpreet Singh has carried out several operations which remain written in the history and will be narrated to the next generation officers as well, who were serving in the valley, and even the commanding and escalated to the post of colonel at the age of only 42 years. This is something that has been achieved by Colonel Manpreet Singh through his passion, just because from day one he was very much passionate and inclined towards the Indian Army. And even since his college days, since his school days, he always talks about the stories that has been narrated by nation, how to protect the nation, remain while uniform through the olive green. So somewhere down the line, Suesha, this olive green, this uniform is not on the body. This is among the blood of this generation, and next generation is all set to serve to Indian Army as well. And that is the reason this family is handling the situation strongly, bravely, and in fact these are the families of martyrs, of the serving army officers. They always remain prepared to deal with any kind of situation. They knows their family members will go and hit out and bounce back to these anti-national, to the terrorists, to the Pakistani sponsored terrorists, and to the enemies of the country in a very harsh manner. So they all are prepared, and in fact everything is being in their mind. We were speaking to mother of Manpreet Singh. She was drowned into deep emotions, but still her voice seems to be like that she is a proud mother of a martyr colonel who had served his nation till his last breath. And even we spoke to the sister. She was quite proud about her brother, that he had served to this nation, and even his life has been contributed to the nation as well. So these are the who have been served always in the uncertainty. And in fact you can see now the people who are here, they are here just to pay the tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh, just because some of them, it is a fact, some are the family members, some are the relatives, some are the family friends, but if you just see the crowd around the mortal remains of, and even around the criminal, are just wanted to pay tribute from at a distance also. They are connected to these heroes of the nation. They are emotionally connected to these heroes who are serving to their nation. Some of them might not met Colonel Manpreet Singh personally. They are not personally, but yes, they are here just because Colonel Manpreet Singh has served to this nation. He contributed his life in a supreme sacrifice in the line of duty for this nation, and that is the reason they are here and even saluting from at a distance. And some
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
बेटे ना बोलो। मेरे बराबरी तो है वो।
भाई आप बैठ जाओ यार, सारे आगे खड़े हो, सारे आयो, फोन वाले पीछे आयो।
And we continue to stay with those pictures of the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Like they say, heroes never truly die. They become immortal. And the story of Colonel Manpreet Singh that will continue to be told and heard, inspiring generations to come with his unwavering dedication, sacrifice and love for the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains had arrived at his Mohali residence. You see how a sea of people have gathered to bid farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh.
भाई साहब मोबाइल नीचे कर लो, भाई साहब मोबाइल नीचे कर लो प्लीज।
News of Colonel Manpreet Singh's martyrdom in Anantnag that sent shockwaves through his hometown in Mohali, and the weight of that tragedy as his friends and family who are still struggling to bear the immense loss. That house that is draped in mourning, and as the nation bids farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh, solemn chants of Manpreet Amar Rahe that can be heard. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who survived by his mother, wife and 2 children, he has always been passionate about his service to the nation. Manpreet Singh, who had followed his father's footsteps and joined the 12th Sikh Light Infantry as an officer. In 2005, he was commissioned as a lieutenant in the same unit. He went on to distinguish himself on multiple occasions. His unwavering commitment and bravery culminated in 2021 when he was bestowed with the Sena Medal for neutralizing terrorists. He had always wanted to join the 12th Sikh Light Unit because that is where his father had saluted officers, and it was his dream to join the same unit where he would serve as an officer and have everyone salute to him. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who followed in the brave footsteps of his family, and more than 20 of his family members in his extended family who had served the army. He was one of the first members of his family who went on to rise to a higher rank. His grandfather, father, all were in the army, and 12th Sikh Light Unit that he had joined as he followed his father's footsteps. His story of bravery that continues to be told and will always be, as his family is still coming to terms with the loss and struggling to bear this immense sorrow. The news of Colonel Manpreet Singh's martyrdom in Anantnag that sent shockwaves through his hometown in Mohali, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered as they are a part of the final goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. His mortal remains that arrived in Mohali at his residence this morning on the 15th of September. And there you see so many people who've gathered to bid farewell to their beloved son, brother, friend, as there are solemn chants of Manpreet Amar Rahe. Dressed in a soldier's uniform, as he's returned home wrapped in that tricolor, and you see tears rolling down of all those who are witnessing his final journey. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who survived by his mother, his wife and 2 children, his son who's 6 years old and his daughter who's 2 years of age, and everyone present there paying tribute and that last salute to the hero as he embarks on this final journey. Colonel Manpreet Singh, the brave officer who was leading this operation and the 22nd member of his extended family to have joined the Indian Army. He chose to serve the nation through the hallowed ranks of the Indian Army, his path that led him to become a decorated officer, earning the prestigious Sena Medal for his exceptional service. Manpreet Singh, who dropped his plan to become a chartered accountant and chose a life of service and sacrifice in the Indian Army. It was a calling, as he had said, and not a mere career choice. a legacy that he inherited from his family's generations of service to the nation. His own father, his grandfather, who had proudly served the army, and Manpreet, who decided to follow in the footsteps of his family's tradition. A tradition in honor, valor, and dedication to the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains arrived at his Mohali residence, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered to bid farewell to the brave officer. He is the 22nd member of his extended family to embark on this remarkable journey as he chose to serve the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles unit, and his column that came under heavy fire from terrorists who were hiding in the deep ends of the forest. The search column that did retaliate and engage in a fierce gunfight that it led to. Colonel Singh, who suffered gunshots and later succumbed to the injuries. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who led the search column of 19 Rashtriya Rifles, with Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was accompanying him through this operation as they moved through the entrance and the rugged terrain of that forest. My colleague Samiksha, who is also joining us from the Mumbai studio, as we have to slip into a short commercial break, but we continue to stay with these pictures on the other side. This is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh as the nation bids farewell.
Alright, so these are the scenes where Colonel Manpreet Singh's family, in fact, sea of people have gathered to pay their respects. In just some time from now, the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted. Note that Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son, and 2-year-old daughter. He was a combat veteran. He was awarded Sena Medal as well during his tenure as second in command of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. His sacrifice is being hailed by one and all across the country. In fact, the forces are going all out to avenge the martyrdom of the 3 officers, including Colonel Manpreet, who laid down his life in service of the nation. Let's take a word from Major General G.D. Bakshi, also joining us. If I can get your thoughts on this. Of course, the nation is paying tributes to the sacrifice of Colonel Manpreet, but talk to us about the tough life that a Jawan leads while he is away from home. Colonel Manpreet was one such Jawan who was living out there away from his family and serving our border areas and battling it out there on the battlefield.
I'd like to pay my personal tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. He had earned the Sena Medal for his gallantry, and he was serving in that area continuously. He had just, I think, 4 months left of his tenure when he was killed in this encounter. Just around the age of 40, he leaves a grieving family behind and a grieving nation. But he has, carried out the supreme sacrifice. He did not hesitate one bit. What I am very, honored to learn is that the tradition of leading from the front continues in the armed forces. We were really shocked that when our braves were martyred, one colonel, one major, one DSP, one rifleman, that is the time the politicians chose to pass crass comments on how we must crawl before Pakistan, we must surrender to Pakistan, we must have Doha-like talks and then have a Kabul-like withdrawal from Kashmir. I mean, that is an insult. These soldiers died so that we won't have to talk with Pakistan. And Pakistan can be told that it can go climb a gum tree. Nobody will vacate Kashmir. Over our dead bodies will be vacate an inch of Kashmir. And not only that, we'll take back POK which belongs to us. But it is these politicians who, under the cloak of expressing sympathy, mock sympathy. You know, we don't need your sympathy. We will deal with our pain in the armed forces. We have our ecosystems of dealing with this pain because this is our destiny. We will not flinch from making the final sacrifice. We will not hold back. And we do not need expressions of sympathy from hypocrites, absolute hypocrites who are trying to, play the tune of China or Pakistan in this country. Even when they hold passports of this country, they swear allegiance to another nation across. And especially a nation that is sinking economically, that is on the point of economic meltdown and civil war. They want Kashmir to join that kind of a nation. We will not permit it. And it is brave hearts like our gallant colonel who has laid down his life. My heart goes out to his family because I know exactly what they are going through. We went through that in 1965 when I lost my elder brother. I know the grief that my family had to suffer. I know the fact that immediately after the sacrifice, the whole world makes a path to your door. Every Neta wants to come there and be counted. But give it a month and the martyr is forgotten, his family is forgotten, they are left to nurse their wounds. That is part of the destiny, but we will not flinch from such a destiny. The armed forces will continue to make sacrifices because that is the ethic that we have been brought up with. I salute Colonel Manpreet. I salute this brave heart. I salute this Sena medal from the Rashtriya Rifles who made the ultimate sacrifice. He did not flinch. He led from the very front. My salute to this brave heart. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Yes, Major General, stay with us while we are keeping up with these visuals. Thousands of people who've gathered to pay their tributes. Heartbreaking scenes where you see the family breaking down. The son of Colonel was seen wearing army uniform. In fact, his sister was seen placing Rakhi on his coffin. Family's life has changed forever as a nation pays tribute to braveheart Colonel Manpreet Singh. These are the scenes where the final journey of Colonel Manpreet is taking place. The last rite would begin shortly. A gun salute would also take place for Colonel Manpreet, who was a decorated officer indeed. He's died in service for the nation. And as we speak, the forces and the J&K police are going all out to avenge the killings of the 3 officers, including the J&K police officer. Note that Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son who was seen wearing army uniform, and his 2-year-old daughter. Let's go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi again. Major General G.D. Bakshi, these are heartbreaking scenes for the lack of better words. Talk to us more about the life of an army Jawan as we keep up with those visuals of his family members, his son donning the army uniform, his sister in fact placing Rakhi on the coffin of her brother.
You see, that is the tragedy of it all that breaks your heart. And because I have seen so many of these things, when I was fighting in Kargil, I had 6 killed and 21 wounded in my unit alone. 6 boys martyred, 21 who were wounded, and one of them lost his eyes. You know, those days the bodies were not sent back home, and the commanding officer had to perform the last rites. So I performed the last rites. I lit the fire for each and every one of my 6 boys who had laid down their lives, who had made the supreme sacrifice for their country. Their families suffered. And when I went down on leave, I used to go and visit those families to say I'm sorry. But I'm so moved that they forgave me. But I cannot forgive those who would like to make a mockery out of the sacrifice of our brave one by exhorting the nation to surrender before Pakistan, exhorting the nation to give up Kashmir, to have Doha-like talks, and then have a Kabul-like withdrawal. That will happen dead bodies. Till the last Indian soldier is alive, we will not give up Kashmir. Not only that, we will take back Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Yes.
So help us God. Generations will continue to make this sacrifice because it is a way of life with the armed forces. You see that young boy, the son of Colonel Manpreet, wearing a uniform. He is the soldier and officer of the Indian Army of tomorrow. And so the tradition goes from father to son. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the morning and in the evenings, we will remember them. That is the military tradition. You will soon hear the last post. You will hear the rouse. Rise again. Rise again.
Up. Ready. Up. Ready. Up. Good. Salamat. Chance.
भारत माता की भारत माता की शहीद मनप्रीत सिंह हमारे शहीद मनप्रीत सिंह हमारे चांद रहेगा जब तक चांद रहेगा भारत माता की
So gun salute being accorded to Colonel Manpreet Singh as we speak. The last rites will follow, of course. The nation joins as his family mourns loss of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who's sacrificed his life in service of the nation. As we speak, the forces are fighting it all out in Anantnag forests, where the terrorists have been encircled. The terrorists who are behind the killing of the 3 officers. Let's go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, who continues to be with us. Major General, Colonel Manpreet Singh had refused a peace posting 2 years ago. It speaks volumes about this undaunting courage, the grit and determination that each Jawan has while they battle it out on the field.
You see, he had earned the Sena medal. That speaks volumes for itself. And not everybody in the military earns the Sena medal. It is earned on the battlefield. It is earned and here is a man who could have gotten away. He could have survived. He perhaps may have been alive today, but he chose to be with his men because he knew that his men were in danger there. And he chose to provide that leadership in the face of danger. He put the country before self. The Chetwood motto makes it so transparently clear. The country comes first, always and every time. The men you command come next. Your own ease, comfort and safety come last, always and every time. Always and every time. That is the way it has been. That is the way it will continue to be. Because that is the tradition of the armed forces of this country, the armed forces of Bharat. We will continue to lay down our lives. We do not need the mock sympathy of some petty politician so prepared to sell their nation for some pieces of silver. There could not be a greater contrast. And all that we request these politicians to do when our boys sacrifice their lives is to go into silence. Silence is a mark of respect. Don't tell us to talk to Pakistan, because we will not. The armed forces were not raised to talk to Pakistan. They were raised to fight and destroy the enemies of this country. That is the raison d'etre of their existence. Don't give us homilies on talk to Pakistan and save yourself. You save yourself. Minister, we will fight. That is our duty. We will not talk to Pakistan. Our guns will talk to Pakistan. And to any other enemy that dares threaten the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bharat. That is the way it has been in the armed forces. That is the way it will continue to be. The tradition of sacrifice goes on forever. How can a man die better than facing heavy odds for the ashes of his father, for the temple of his gods? These are the lines, where at the Rezangla Memorial.
Yes, Major General, yes.
Where over 104 of our boys laid down their lives. Last man, last round, fighting against the Chinese. Their dead bodies were discovered 4 months later, frozen in their trenches with their faces to the foe. That is the Indian Army.
Yes. All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi, we leave it at that. But as we speak, the nation joins the family of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who's been laid to rest as the final rites are being performed as we speak.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते.
These are the heartbreaking scenes that we are getting to you as Colonel Manpreet Singh's last rites are being performed. Survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. Colonel Manpreet was a combat veteran. He was awarded Sena Medal during his tenure as second in command of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. These are visuals which you see the pain of the family as they bid goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. His son is seen wearing an army uniform. His sister is also seen waving the Tiranga high from the roof of their house. And his sister is seen placing a rakhi at the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, The Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी.
Firstly, my heart goes out to their family to convey my condolences. It's a sad incident, but that notwithstanding, both these officers, including the DSP, I think they have shown courage. They are brave hearts. They made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty in the best traditions of the regiment and the Indian Army. And from that point of view, all are proud of him. Proud of, in fact, all the three, two army officers and the police officer for what they have done. And I think it will inspire the youngsters in times to come to continue, giving their best for the nation, for nation building, for security of the nation. As you know, the operation is on, and let me tell you, our troops are so brave and so committed that they're not going to leave them. These terrorists who have fired on them.
Before I jump into the operation that has entered D3, but I just wanted to discuss one thing. 6-year-old son Kabir Singh, wearing the Indian Army uniform, saluting and receiving the coffin that was wrapped in the tricolor of his father. That means the next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army.
Well, the Indian Army's culture is such that it is not just the officer or the man who's serving, it's the entire family that is committed to the national cause, the entire family. So here is a typical example where a son is just about 6 years and is wearing that combat dress as a mark of respect to his father. And this boy, this youngster, is already primed to join the defense forces and also will set an example for a large number of people. Because, these things happen in war, and we are fighting a war in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a proxy war, it's an asymmetric war. And let me tell you, these things do happen, but ultimately I would say the supremacy of the military is going to remain, of the government of India is going to remain in J&K. So there's no way that the terrorists can get away.
We slip into a short break, but nation joins the family of Colonel Manpreet to pay their final tributes to Colonel Manpreet, who laid down his life in service for the nation, and the forces out there in the thick forests of Anantnag trying to avenge the martyrs killed in the terror attack.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM.
Very good afternoon. We are live in Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakta Mishra with you, getting you all the latest from the country, tracking all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first.
दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है. इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं.
Team INDIA decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम सल्फेट डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे?
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. BJP hits out. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to brave hearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters its day 3. And days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by SIT, sent to 2-day custody. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who were martyred in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district, have taken place in their respective hometowns and 4 security forces personnel. Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles, and Major Dhonchak, also Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, were martyred in the encounter with terrorists in the forests of Kokarnag in Anantnag district on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and a fresh encounter is underway in Anantnag. And my colleague Ziat has filed this report from the encounter site from the ground zero. Take a look at this report.
Gadol encounter has entered in its 3rd day, and we are seeing the men and machineries mobilized on ground to neutralize the terrorists who have been encircled in this very hillock. There was the exchange of fire. In fact, the explosives are being also used by the security forces to neutralize the terrorists and also to bust their hideout, which as per the input is in this very hillock. We are seeing the Rashtra Rifles, even the J&K police SOG on ground, and a lot of machinery has been brought in today. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones, surveillance is being done, and a very message, loud and clear message coming from the 15 Corps commander that nobody will be spared and there will be avenged to the deaths of these officers. So we are seeing a massive operation on ground which has now entered into its 3rd day, although Indian Army suffered casualty along with Jammu and Kashmir police, and we are going to witness more casualty number going up in daytime. That is what the sources are saying. As of now, no luck to the security forces who have been the part of the operation for the last 3 days now. This is one of the longest encounter after many years in the Kashmir Valley that the people are witnessing. All eyes and the Kokarnag area is entirely on radar. We are seeing the top officials of J&K police and army monitoring this entire operation. The forces' challenge is to evacuate not safely all the troops who had gone up to this hillock, and also to see that the terrorists are neutralized, because they, as per the sources, they are the ones who were the part of that very strike that took place in Kulgam last month. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Gadol.
So that was the Republic TV's report from encounter side. The gun battle, of course, continues in Kokarnag, and on one side we have forces still fighting out, and on the other hand you can see the visuals coming in as our brave hearts were laid to rest. You can see gun salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh. And forces, of course, always come first, nation first for the forces. Day 3 of their anti-terror operations continue. And, of course, the nation is now paying tribute to our brave hearts who have sacrificed their lives. We'll continue our coverage on that and give you all the latest updates on that encounter. The time now for other stories.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Interim relief to BRS MLC K. Kavita in a matter related to Delhi excise policy irregularities case. Supreme Court adjourns hearing on BRS MLC K. Kavita's plea against ED summons till 26th of September, as ED defers summons against her till then. ED told Supreme Court that they will not insist Kavita to appear before it till 26th of September. A 39-year-old man tested positive for the Nipah virus, which was transmitted to him through direct contact with an infected person who died on the 30th of August. With the number of active cases rising to 4, the state government has decided to test everyone who are on high-risk contact list on the infected persons. Dharwad bench of Karnataka High Court rejects Anjuman Islam's petition seeking stay on Ganpati festival celebration in Eidgah ground in Hubali, Dharwad. Meanwhile, Congress's Priyank Kharge said that as of now, there is no such denial on the permission. Meanwhile, BJP leader Mahesh Tenginakai, along with his supporters, protested at the Municipal Corporation office demanding permission to install Lord Ganesh's idol at Eidgah Maidan. Aam Aadmi Party National Convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will visit Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh and Rewa of Madhya Pradesh on the 16th and 18th of September to conduct election rallies. Enforcement Directorate have conducted searches against the money laundering networks linked with Mahadev APP in cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, etc. and retrieved a large amount of incriminating evidence. The ED has seized proceeds of crime worth 417 crore rupees. Thousands of people thronged to the streets in Nagpur to celebrate 150-year-old Marbat festival. As per tradition, devotees take out a procession carrying effigies that represent evil forces. The clay effigies or Marbats of black and yellow are the main attractions of the procession, which are burnt by the locals. Time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side, Team I.N.I.D.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. The government says press freedom is under attack.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया। ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था। सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया। ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब। ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी। और अब मीडिया के लोगों का एक तरह से विरोध करना, उनकी आवाज को दबाना और पूरा दबाव बनाना, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दिखाता है कि मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है।
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की। इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो। इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की।
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China's factories picked up their pace and retail sales also gained momentum in August. The Chinese government reported on Friday, suggesting that the economy may be gradually recovering from its post-pandemic malaise. And Friday's report showed retail sales rose 4.6% in August from a year earlier, with auto sales climbing 5.1%. Retail sales rose a meager 2.5% in July. The US Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, raised questions over the absence of Chinese Defense Minister Li Shangfu's absence from the public view for 3 weeks. Emanuel asked whether Li Shangfu missed his meeting with the Singaporean Chief of Navy, as he has been placed under house arrest.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic is, has the basic features doctrine served the nation well? To see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने.
News from the world of sports. Now India face Bangladesh in its final Super 4 contest at the 2023 Asia Cup in Colombo, beginning at 2 p.m. today. The match is underway. India has already qualified for the final of the competition after a win against Pakistan and Sri Lanka. After Pakistan lost the Super 4 match to Sri Lanka in a last ball thriller in Colombo on Thursday, captain Babar Azam said that the team was not up to the mark.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की। इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है, भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो। इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है, भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो।
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे,
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV, and Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It is the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring to you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic today. It will witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country live on one stage. Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, will be the chief guest at the event that marks the birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. Do not miss the special broadcast on Republic TV at 4:30 p.m. Time for headlines.
मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है। इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Team I.N.D.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो, तो आप खाएंगे?
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. BJP hits out. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to brave hearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters day 3. Days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by SIT, sent to 2-day custody. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who were martyred in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district, took place today. 4 security forces, 3 security personnel, Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19th Rashtriya Rifles, Major Dhonchak, and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, martyred in this encounter with terrorists in the Gadol forests of Kokonag in Anantnag district on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and operation is currently underway in Anantnag. My colleague Zeenat has filed this report from Anantnag. Take a look at this report.
Gadol encounter has entered in its third day, and we are seeing the men and machineries mobilized on ground to neutralize the terrorists who have been encircled in this very hillock. There was the exchange of fire. In fact, the explosives are being also used by the security forces to neutralize the terrorists and also to bust their hideout, which as per the input is in this very hillock. We are seeing the Rashtriya Rifles, even the J&K police SOG on ground, and a lot of machinery has been brought in today. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones, surveillance is being done, and a very message, loud and clear message coming from the 15 Corps commander that nobody will be spared and there will be avenged to the deaths of these officers. So we are seeing a massive operation on ground which has now entered into its third day, although Indian Army suffered casualty along with Jammu and Kashmir police, and we are going to witness more casualty number going up in daytime. That is what the sources are saying. As of now, no luck to the security forces who have been the part of the operation for the last 3 days now. This is one of the longest encounter after many years in the Kashmir Valley that the people are witnessing. All eyes and the Kokarnag area is entirely on radar. We are seeing the top officials of J&K police and army monitoring this entire operation. The forces' challenge is to evacuate not safely all the troops who had gone up to this hillock, and also to see that the terrorists are neutralized, because they, as per the sources, they are the ones who were the part of that very strike that took place in Kulgam last month. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazal for Republic in Gadol.
Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. We are joined with us former Chief of Army Staff General Bikram Singh. Sir, this is a supreme sacrifice to the nation. Yes. Colonel and Major, they both have let down their life in the line of duty. How do you see this?
Well, firstly, my heart goes out to their family to convey my condolences. It's a sad incident, but that notwithstanding, both these officers, including the DSP, I think they have shown courage. They are brave hearts. They made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty in the best traditions of the regiment and the Indian Army. And from that point of view, all are proud of him. Proud of, in fact, all the two army officers and the police officer for what they have done. And I think it will inspire the youngsters in times to come to continue, giving their best for the nation, for nation building, for security of the nation. As you know, the operation is on, and let me tell you, our troops are so brave and so committed that they are not going to leave them. These terrorists who have fired on them.
Before I jump into the operation that has entered D3, but I just wanted to discuss one thing. 6-year-old son Kabir Singh, wearing the Indian Army uniform, saluting and receiving the coffin that was wrapped in the tricolor of his father. That means the next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army.
Well, the Indian Army's culture is such that it is not just the officer or the man who's serving, it's the entire family that is committed to the national cause, the entire family. So here is a typical example where a son is just about 6 years and is wearing that combat dress as a mark of respect to his father. And this boy, this youngster, is already primed to join the defense forces, and also will set an example for a large number of people. Because, these things happen in war, and we are fighting a war in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a proxy war, it's an asymmetric war. And let me tell you, these things do happen, but ultimately I would say the supremacy of the military is going to remain, of the government of India is going to remain in J&K. So there's no way that the terrorists can get away.
All right, we're tracking all the details of that operation that is still underway, and at the same time we got some really moving scenes. You can see son of Colonel Manpreet Singh there saluting, donning the army clothes, the army uniform, and also saluting his father as he bids farewell to his father at a very, very young age. 6-year-old son, you can see there saluting his father as his father laid down his life in line of duty. Remember, the operation is still underway, but we have lost our 3 brave hearts: Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish Dhonchak of 19 Rashtra Rifles, and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt of Jammu and Kashmir Police. They laid down their lives in line of duty, and you can see the visuals of last journey of Colonel Manpreet to the left of your screens. He's been laid to rest with full military honours. Just a while back, his last rites concluded, and to the right of his screens, you can see he's survived by his mother, his wife, and his very young son and daughter. You can see bowing down to his father, the 6-year-old bowing down to his father and saluting him, and he's not crying. Very moving pictures. He's really inheriting that valor, that bravery, because remember, his family has several members of the family of Colonel Manpreet Singh are serving the forces, and are in the defense forces, and you can see there his son is also donning that uniform. You can see that legacy that he has left behind. The brave heart who the entire nation today is paying tribute to, the entire nation is saluting, and at the same time our forces are of course fighting it out there in Anantnag. The operation is still underway. Remember, IEDs are being used to target the suspected hideouts in a bid to avenge this sacrifice and protect the country. And we will be continue to get more updates, as remember, it's day 3 of this encounter, and we expect that this encounter is set to continue even further. So we will get you more details on that Kokarnag anti-terror operation. Time now to take a quick look at some other stories making news.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Interim relief to BRS MLC K. Kavita in a matter related to a Delhi excise policy irregularities case. Supreme Court adjourned hearing on BRS MLC Kavita's plea against ED summons till 26th of September, as ED defers summons against her till then. ED said that ED told the Supreme Court that they will not insist Kavita to appear before it till September 26th. A 39-year-old man tested positive for the Nipah virus, which was transmitted to him through direct contact with an infected person who died on the 30th of August, with the number of active cases rising to 4. The state government has decided to test everyone who are on the high-risk contact list of the infected person. Dharwad bench of Karnataka High Court rejects Anjuman-e-Islam's petition seeking stay on Ganpati festival celebration in Eidgah ground in Hubballi, Dharwad. Meanwhile, Congress's Priyank Khadge says that as of now there is no such denial on the permission. Meanwhile, BJP leader Mahesh Tengi along with his supporters protested at the Municipal Corporation office demanding permission to install Lord Ganesh's idol at Eidgah Maidan. Aam Aadmi Party National Convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will visit Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh and also Rewa in Madhya Pradesh on the 16th and 18th of September to conduct election rallies. ED conducted searches against the money laundering networks linked with Mahadev APP in cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, etc. and retrieved a large amount of incriminating evidence. ED has seized proceeds of crime worth 417 crore rupees. Thousands of people thronged to the streets in Nagpur to celebrate the 150-year-old Marbat festival. As per tradition, devotees take out a procession carrying effigies that represent evil forces. The clay effigies or Marbats of black and yellow color are the main attractions of the procession, which are burned by the locals. Time for a short break, but on the other side, we get you the latest as there is no end to Hindu abuse and Hindu hatred. NDA leader now compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. The BJP hits back. Congress, days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by the SIT, sent to 2-day custody.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके झूठे बैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम वनवासियों को, निषाद राजगृह को अपने भाई से भी बढ़कर बताते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम नाव चलाने वाले केवट को गले लगाकर धन्य हो जाते हैं.
The Prime Minister was clear in his big takeaway and warned the crowd.
ऐसी सनातन संस्कृति को समाप्त करने का ऐलान इंडिया अलायंस के लोगों ने किया है, ये भारत की हजारों साल से चली आ रही संस्कृति को मिटाना चाहते हैं, ये भारत को मिटाना चाहते हैं।
The PM's broadside comes right on the back of Hindu seers declaring they have had enough of the attack on Sanatan Dharma and that 2024 will be a battle of Dharma and Adharma. Its hands signed from its own attacks on Hinduism, the India Alliance may not want to discuss the Sanatan Dharma anymore. But the Prime Minister and Hindu seers are just getting started. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया। ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था। सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया। ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब। ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी। और अब मीडिया के लोगों का एक तरह से विरोध करना, उनकी आवाज को दबाना और पूरा दबाव बनाना, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दिखाता है कि मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic is, has the basic features doctrine served the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके झूठे बैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम वनवासियों को, निषाद राजगृह को अपने भाई से भी बढ़कर बताते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम नाव चलाने वाले केवट को गले लगाकर धन्य हो जाते हैं.
The Prime Minister was clear in his big takeaway and warned the crowd.
ऐसी सनातन संस्कृति को समाप्त करने का ऐलान इंडी अलायंस के लोगों ने किया है. ये भारत की हजारों साल से चली आ रही संस्कृति को मिटाना चाहते हैं. ये भारत को मिटाना चाहते हैं.
The PM's broadside comes right on the back of Hindu seers declaring they have had enough of the attack on Sanatan Dharma and that 2024 will be a battle of Dharma and Adharma. Its hands signed from its own attacks on Hinduism, the India Alliance may not want to discuss the Sanatan Dharma anymore. But the Prime Minister and Hindu seers are just getting started. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area.
In what is a big boost to our defence forces, we are learning the Indian Air Force now has ordered 12 more Sukhoi Mk1 from the HAL. So I'll quickly recap what we know about the story so far. Do remember, for some time now there has been a lot of conversation about building India's own infrastructure, also creating a lot of made in Indian prototypes. But right now what we can tell you is that the Indian Air Force has gone ahead to order 12 more Sukhoi Mk1 from the HAL. These, remember, are supersonic jets also, and clearly gives a big boost to the Atmanirbharta pitch, as has been reiterated by the government again and again.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.